Hi everyone, hope you're well. Chris Cowlin here. Now, before we get into it, I'd just like to inform you about a new website selling quality current and retro Spurs jerseys, okjersey.com. They sell all current and retro Tottenham Hotspur shirts in all sizes. They sell the current fan and player versions, as well as the 80s and 90s retro shirts, including my very favourite, the 1991 FA Cup final shirt. You can order very easily from okjersey.com, and if you use the code Chris, you will receive an 8% discount off your final order. You can also use the QR code on the top left of your screen. And by the way, they also have some training wear here and the 25-26 colour special edition jersey. Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another edition of The Fan Show. Now, my name is Chris Cowlin, and tonight I'll be joined by my co-host, Gareth McGuinness. We'll be talking to Spurs fans from all around the world, getting to know how they feel right now after another defeat in the Premier League. Nottingham Forest 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Now, we're live on YouTube, live on X and Facebook, so please do get involved. Let us know how you are feeling right now as a Spurs fan, and if you'd like to get involved and appear on a future fan show, please do send us an email, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Now, tonight, fans will come on and they will talk about what they want to talk about. No script is needed here. Gareth and I will give them some questions if they want them. Otherwise, they're very welcome to come on and just say what they want to say and get anything off their chest. Now, Tottenham Hotspur at the moment are currently 11th in the Premier League table. We've played 16. We have 22 points. Now, the last time picking up fewer points at this stage of a Premier League campaign, 2008, 2009, where we had 18 points. Now, we are currently 6 points away from the top four, and we're also 6 points away from 17th, where, of course, Spurs finished last season under former boss Ange Postecoglou. Now, Spurs have conceded 16 goals in our last 5 away games. Compared to last season, we are a place lower in the league table. We won 1 game more, we drew 2 less, and lost 1 more. We were 1 point better off last season at this stage, and last season we scored 11 more goals and conceding 2 less. Now, these stats are quite incredible, really, because every single one of them relates to a better stat last season than this season. So I'm sure it will be a debate this evening whether Spurs have improved under Thomas Frank so far in the 16 games this season. Win rate this season is 37.5%. Last season, it was 43.8%. Big chances created in Premier League games, 1.3 per game this season, 2.7, over double last season. Chances created per game, 9.6 this season to last season's 11.6. Touches inside the opposition box. Last season, it was 34.4. This season, it's 22.4. Quite a difference. And pass success rate this season, 83.1%. Last season, it was 85%. So as I said, every single stat last season was actually better. Now, Tottenham have completed just 3 through balls in the Premier League this season, the lowest of any Premier League side. Incredible. Darren Bent on TalkSport today stated, what are the Spurs fans expecting exactly? And Spurs fans are wrong to want Thomas Frank sacked. Now, I've got a number of quotes to read before we get into it. Now, Thomas Frank on the 3-0 defeat at the City Ground on Sunday, he said that was disappointing. It was a bad performance, frustrating, because I think the last 3 games were good on performance and results. On the situation right now, Thomas Frank said, if no one gets the time, no one can turn this around. This is not a quick fix. Fabrizio Romano, Italian journalist, on how much pressure is there on Thomas Frank right now at Tottenham after another poor result. He said there is pressure. There are internal talks, but still waiting to see if results improve. Thomas Frank knows that the rhythm must change soon. Now, earlier today, BBC Sport reported that Tottenham head coach Thomas Frank is facing internal doubts, but sources insist there will be no knee-jerk reaction to the loss at Nottingham Forest, and Spurs have not yet seriously considered dismissing Thomas Frank. The Athletic today have reported there is an awareness at Spurs that Thomas Frank is trying to rebuild the whole culture at the football club, and it will take time to turn around. The Athletic have also reported the clear position of the majority shareholding Lewis family is to stick with Thomas Frank and give him time at Tottenham. And despite all of those reports today, Thomas Frank is odds on to be the next Premier League manager sacked. Odds on at 2-1. Slot is 7-2. Parker 7-2. Daniel Farker 4-1, and Edwards 6-1. Quite incredible. Right, joining me this evening is Gareth McGuinness. Gareth, good evening. How are you?
Well, I didn't feel particularly well after Sunday's game against Nottingham Forest. I will be lying, Chris, if I says I didn't see it coming. I thought the games we've had recently there were favourable fixtures, other than Newcastle away. I thought Forest would be a real test. I thought it would be difficult to get a result, but I didn't expect it to be completely as one-sided as it was. But should we be surprised? We've seen this already this season, where Spurs have struggled to compete in games against our opposition in this league, and it was a really, really difficult afternoon. Not just the goals we conceded, but the overall body language of the players looked really wrong. It looked like a group that was on its knees. It didn't look like a group that was unbeaten in 3 games, and that there was all the talk pre-game was positive. Thomas Frank was speaking to the Sky Sports reporters about how he felt that they were a lot more stable. They've had a good few weeks training, and that they were going to attack Forest and go on the front foot. None of that happened. None of that occurred. And Chris, I mean, you pointed out the start of the season. I mean, it's the worst start to the season since the 2008-2009 season. And if you remember back that season, Chris, I remember it was my first year at big school or high school or whatever you want to call it. And I was new friends, and I was getting absolutely bantered by 2 points after 8 games. We looked like a real mess. Just lost Robbie Keane. We just lost Berbatov. Juan de Ramos actually won the trophy the year before and was sacked after 8 games. And the stats at that time weren't good. We didn't look great. And all of a sudden we changed the manager, Chris, and everything changed. Now, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen this time, that if we change the manager, we wish away all our problems. But Harry Redknapp came in and turned a struggling team around, and with Dundee finish 8th in the league that year. And then obviously kicked on. And we went into the top 4 the following season. So, a lot of those players under Juan de Ramos looked hopeless, but Harry Redknapp done a fantastic job and made Spurs great again. Really, it was we had that good spell under Martignol. Ramos won the League Cup, but I kind of felt that it was a bit of a false dawn. But Harry Redknapp really kicked on that era. AVB come on, Gareth Bale come onto the scene and was brilliant, and of course Pochettino come on, and the rest then really was history. Spurs were a team that were competing and at the top of the Premier League, and since then it's been a downward spiral. And I feel at the moment, Chris, it's not going to get any better under this manager. I don't like seeing managers get sacked. Of course, you know me, Chris. I'm a coach myself. I know how difficult it is at every level of football. But I said this last night, that Spurs finished 17th in the Premier League last year. I'm not saying it was an easy job, but it should have been easy to make small improvements so that the match day going fan, the fans that watch on the TV, can see small signs of improvement. No one was expecting Spurs to come on this year and automatically be a top 4 team or a top 5 team. I think everyone was realistic that, yes, we need to build ourselves back up the league. And I think a lot of fans would have been happy with a top 6, top 7 finish if they could see improvements that maybe next year we kick on and we start pushing back into that top 4. But at the minute, Chris, we look like we're going backwards. The players look like we're going backwards. And you have to remember that there was players brought in the summer. Xavi Simons was brought in. Cowlin Muyani was brought in. Yes, he's been injured. So we've added to the players that we had last year. Yes, we've had injuries. The likes of Kulusevski and Madison, and Solanke's been injured. But those players were injured last year as well. So it's not a big surprise that with Solanke, for whatever reason, has been an injury-prone player since he came to Spurs. Wasn't like that at Bournemouth for him, but he was like that at Liverpool. So maybe he had a good run at Bournemouth, but he picked up a lot of injuries there. Madison's obviously had that nightmare of an ACL injury, but he's been our player that's been injured for a long part of his Spurs career. And Kulusevski's been in and out of the team with injuries as well. So, previous managers have had to cope without these players. So Thomas Frank isn't experiencing anything new there. But if you think back to last season, Ange Postecoglou didn't have a back four for most of last season, really. Thomas Frank's had a set back four. He's had his first choice goalkeeper available. If last year Ange Postecoglou didn't have, when Kulusevski and Madison weren't available, there was no Xabi Simons they bring into the team. So Thomas Frank's got that as well. He's also got an extra attacking option with Colomiani that Ange Postecoglou didn't have last year. So he's got more at his disposal, but I'm not seeing him getting anything better out of these players. If anything, we're going backwards. I don't think Pedro having a particularly good season. Van de Ven and Romero have looked good at the start of the season, but they haven't looked good recently. Jed Spence, I don't think, has been great under Thomas Frank. His midfield options, Bergville looks a shadow of a player he was under Ange Postecoglou. Pape Sarr started the season well, completely left out of the team. Now all of a sudden he's put Archie Gray in there after trying him in different positions. He's searching for different players and different roles, and at the moment it's not looking good, Chris. And I'm really worried at the direction we're going at the moment.
Yeah, I'm certainly worried as well. Mark says here, of course, it is not a quick fix, but just where are the signs that any fix is happening? And I think you've said that. I've said this on previous episodes as well, certainly after some of these defeats, because if I pick out 3 games, it's the manner of the defeats, Gareth. It's the manner of the defeats. The Chelsea home game, the Arsenal away game, the Forest away game. There's probably a lot more, but I'm going to pick those 3 out. Yeah. On the Rest is Football podcast, Gary Lineker has actually called, for the Spurs fans to actually give Thomas Frank time, and said that the manager does need time. Lord Sugar, interestingly, on X has said with the massive fortune of the Lewis family, it would be a win-win situation if they hired Jurgen Klopp in January. Lots of money for players and a great manager. Who agrees? Now, after the game against Nottingham Forest, Mohamed Kudus come out and said, not good enough, a very disappointing result. We didn't create enough today, including me. We need more effort in our all-round game. Former Spurs defender Ramon Vega went on TalkSport earlier today, and he has called for Thomas Frank to be sacked, and he wants him replaced with Robbie Keane. There is a lot of talk about Tottenham right now, Gareth. Before we do go to our first guest, what did you make of the mistakes? Because even Thomas Frank in the press conference come out and said that he gave the ball away like 25 times, and the body language doesn't look right. And even when the players, and some of the players, I might add, did not want to come over to the away end. Some almost stayed on the halfway line, not much more, and clapped and just turned around, seconds later. And the fans actually booed from the away end after the Forest game. And that's the first time this season we've heard boos at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for most of the Premier League games under Thomas Frank, actually, which is sad scenes. But it's the first time that they have booed from the away end. What did you make of the players yesterday, the formation, the setup, the lineup, the subs? I know there's a lot there, Gareth, but if you could sum it up just in a minute or two.
Yeah, it's very difficult, to not give any. You can't just completely excuse the players. They're part of this. But what I would say is, if you're under a manager or a coaching setup where you don't really know what you're doing, you don't really know if you're going to be in the team 1 week or the next week. You're unsure whether to press, whether we're going to sit off. We're hearing these reports about instructions are changing constantly just before a match or during a game or 5 minutes into the game. The plans are getting ripped up and changing again. The players do look confused to me on the pitch, Chris. So sometimes when your confidence is in such a low place, it can almost look like effort isn't there. And I think what we've seen yesterday, Chris, was we've seen players making really basic errors, and that shows you how bad the confidence is. I don't think any player wants to go out there and lose a game of football. There's nothing nice about losing. So, but I do think their confidence is so fragile at the moment that they're actually looking worse than what they probably are. And a lot of that responsibility comes down to Thomas Frank and his coaching team, because we know these players, yes, some of them are inconsistent, but we know they can play better than what they're showing. And if you look back at that first goal yesterday, Chris, that shows to me a really, really confused team, because nobody had an idea of what they were doing from the back. Absolutely no idea. Vicario didn't know where he was going to pass to Van de Ven. Then he delayed, plays it on the Archie Gray. Archie Gray actually offers because nobody else was offering to go and get the ball. Then Vicario plays it on his weak foot because he's not that used to playing with Archie Gray. He ends up playing at his weak foot. Is that a mistake, or is it just he's not good enough to play from the back? But either way, to get that wrong, then Archie Gray doesn't sense the danger. There's somebody behind him because he's not used to taking the ball in that situation. So it's just a complete mess from start to finish. Vicario's confidence looks on the floor since, he actually, if you mentioned there, Chris, about some of the manner of the defeats. I'm thinking about some of the manner of the draws. The Bodo Glimt away, you were at that game. The Monaco away game, Vicario was a big reason we got results in those games, but we were absolutely dismal in both games. And that was against really average European teams who are both struggling really in this Champions League. They're probably not going to qualify for the next round. So that shows you where we're at the moment. We can't even compete against the worst teams. And that is a massive worry. Forget about competing at the top of the league. Nottingham Forest were 16th in the league and we got absolutely battered by Nottingham Forest. So we're in the absolute, we're in the free for all at the moment. And my worry is that I don't see it getting any better from what we're seeing. Like you're saying, Chris, we want to see some signs. All the signs point to this manager and these players having a breakdown in communication. Nobody seems to know what they're doing on the pitch. And when you have that confusion and you have everyone second guessing themselves, you're always going to see disjointed, unstructured performances. And Thomas Frank prides himself on his structure. I think that's the most worrying thing, is that yes, Thomas Frank maybe isn't the most attractive manager, but one thing you would say about his Brentford teams is they were very well structured. Everyone knew their role. Everyone knew their job. At the moment, we look miles off in that department. So between the players and the coaching staff, there's a lot going wrong. And that has got to be fixed if we're going to start climbing that table in the next couple of weeks.
I've got to admit, Gareth, on Sunday afternoon at the City Ground, the amount of people that I spoke to, and I normally speak to a good mixture of people with different opinions, and everyone was so down yesterday, and a lot of people talking about Thomas Frank, and not in a positive way. And I worry about this situation because, like you said, where are we heading? All of the stats are worse than last season, which you think when we went through 22 league defeats and the season we had last year under Ange in league competition, I'll say you do expect a lot better, particularly when a new manager comes in. And arguably, yes, we've still got injuries this season, but I think we are in a better position, and we should be in a much better league position. But it's Chris, interesting as well.
After we beat Everton, sorry, Chris, remember we were sitting 5th or 6th in the league table, and everyone was kind of going, the results are good, maybe the performances might come. But all the stats at that time pointed to us being a bottom 4, bottom 5 team. And those stats have continued on, and we're sliding and sliding and sliding down that table. We should actually be around 16th or 17th based on the numbers. And if this continues over the next number of weeks, that's where we're going to end up. And I think that's the real worry at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, well, as I said at the start, it's still not, that bad because we are only 6 points away from the top 4. But as I also said, 6 points away from 17th. So anyway, let's get our first guest on and let's get into it. We're going to go straight to our good friend Josh, first of all. Josh, how are you?
Yeah, feeling the same as you guys, utterly down and out. And I think the worrying thing is that, does it not almost feel like we're numb after Spurs games now? That excitement is not there before games. That excitement is not there during games. And that excitement is not there after games. And look, I hold my hands up. I was one of those people. I said on the channel how delighted I was with the appointment of Thomas Frank. And we've joked in our group chat many, many times about Thomas Frank's stones and being on, I said, I will die on that rock. I'm sure he will come good. But when you're seeing the type of reactions that you're seeing earlier in the season with Van de Ven and Spence again yesterday, and the sheer number of mistakes. I mean, Spurs have made, I think, 5. Only Wolves have made more mistakes directly leading to a goal, and no team has made more mistakes leading to a shot from the opposition than Spurs this season. That is very, very worrying indeed. And the team that I've mentioned there, Wolves, who are rock bottom, look like one of the worst teams in Premier League history.
Josh, sorry to interrupt. I would love tonight for someone to come on, because if people think that I, or including you as well, Josh, that have handpicked some of these stats to make it look bad for us this season or for Thomas Frank, I would love people to bring, some positive stats to the table and say, what is good about the situation at the moment. So I just want to put that out there.
No, absolutely, Chris. And the worrying thing is, and I love stats, and I love trying to, bring on some facts to the channel, but these are so memorable. I looked at these this morning. I put some in our group chat this morning. Spurs, 16th or 17th in the table when it comes to XG, when it comes to pass completion overall, total XG, all of these things. And these stats are so memorable because they are so abysmal. And I was one of those people that thought after the Everton game, Gareth, as you said, the results will come. And I was of the opinion that what would happen is the performances would be difficult and it would be a tough first start to, first half of the season. But as long as we keep getting these results, those performances will come. And I was also of the opinion that Thomas Frank was going to come in, try and fix our defensive problems, which were clear for all to see under Ange Postecoglou. And then that attacking side would come the more that time went on as players come back into fitness. But actually, what we've seen is a total regression of not just the attacking football, but also the defensive side too. The goals we're conceding week in, week out. The most alarming thing of all, really, is I was thinking the other day about the PSG game and how positive the mood was after the PSG game, because we'd scored 3 goals and we were entertained. We conceded 5 goals, and the goals we conceded were, again, really sloppy. There was that goal where, Vicario plays a terrible ball into Romero and Sarr then gives the ball away. No one closing down. I mean, this is a regular feature. I'm a big fan of Bentancur generally, but there's something that has to be said about him in this team, because every time he's on the pitch, there seems to be a goal that goes in where Bentancur is turning his back and making no attempt to block it. That was the same for Sangare's 3rd goal for Forest yesterday. It was the same for both Aston Villa goals when we lost 2-1. There is just a massive, massive attitude problem here. And the players and the manager, there is no sync, as Gareth says. And I too now am struggling to see how we go on like this, because if the manager was giving us any hope in his press conferences, if he was giving us a glimmer of something, if he was coming out after a game, I think there was a quote that he said about trying not to let his emotions out, and he has a hurricane inside of him. Let that emotion out. That's what fans want to see. Fans want to see you care, and fans want to see that that this is totally unacceptable. And I know it's an extreme comparison, but I always think back to when Tim Sherwood was our caretaker manager, when Harry Kane first got a run in the team, and some of the things that Sherwood would say about the players' character and the way the attitudes in the dressing room and how bad things were. I think that's what Spurs need, someone to come in and really no nonsense, almost in a way. I mean, I'm not calling for David Moyes, nor would David Moyes come to Spurs right now with the way Everton are playing, but someone with that level of experience who can come in, no nonsense, and ruffle a few feathers, because I think that the players are far too soft. We're clearly seeing that week in, week out. The attitudes are poor, but we seem to have a manager that doesn't have a solution to anything. And how can we carry on? And of course, it's typical. We've got Liverpool at home next. What a huge, huge game for Spurs to put things right. And it's typical that the Mo Salah situation seemingly is resolved, at least for now. And Liverpool get a good performance and a win against Brighton coming into that game. We'll probably go and lose 3-0. And this is the worrying thing, is we'd had a good week. Of course, it was a good result at Newcastle, although I don't think we played particularly well. It was an improvement, and you can't complain with a draw at St James's, even if Newcastle are nowhere near the team they have been previously. And then it's a great performance against Brentford. Let's not forget how rubbish Brentford were. They were utterly terrible. And Slavia Prague, who, no offence, are a Conference League team, Europa League at best, and they were awful as well. So even those games where those performances are better and we are getting results, have come against some very poor teams. Copenhagen was a great example. They were terrible. They were so out of their depth. But we can't even get results against the bottom Premier League teams. I was going to mention Wolves earlier because we were very, very lucky to even get a point against Wolves. We were totally outplayed by Bournemouth. The Bodo Glimt game and the Monaco game in the Champions League, great examples where we managed to somehow get a draw, but quite easily could have lost both games. And we're now in this position where we've beaten Brentford, and our only win other than that was Burnley on the opening day, who are nailed on to go down. And now away from home, where we were getting results, the performances have slipped as well. So someone's got to take accountability here. And I'm not seeing that from the players. And the players, we know, while they definitely can play better than this, there's a massive inconsistency there. And there doesn't seem to be, despite these sort of weird rituals where they're gathering in the centre circle and showing unity as a squad, there doesn't seem to be any unity on the pitch. 83.1% pass completion rate this season, which is terribly low for a Premier League side and for a side of the standard we would like to see here at Spurs. And I look at it now and I just think, where do we go? And I'm with Gareth. I can't see how this is going to improve unless we have some serious recruitment in January. And even then, that doesn't guarantee anything, because we thought, Kudus and Simmons, these are players that are going to come in, really improve the team. Kolo Muani was arguably the only slight positive out of yesterday's performance, but every time he received the ball, he had no options. There was no one for him to pass to. Kudus has become incredibly predictable. There's obvious passes he could be making, but instead he tries to take his man on. 9 times out of 10, he gets tackled. And that is the sign of a team that is just not clicking at all. And that's got to be down to the manager, because the manager trains these players and they should have an identity and a style of play. And, that's the most worrying thing, is it looks like you've just drafted in 11 individuals that have never played together in their lives, and you just plonk them on a pitch. And that is what we're having at the moment. And that's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it at all. We're going to continue to do what we're doing now, and unless something changes. So I'm really, really lost with what to do next. And I feel like if the Liverpool game, I don't think Frank's going to be sacked before Liverpool, but if we have a disastrous defeat again, if we have a defeat in the manner of that of Nottingham Forest or Arsenal, and we get absolutely thumped and the XG is under 0.5 again, and we're not creating anything and we're not entertained, then I don't see how he can stay, because this is the ultimate opportunity for the manager to stamp his authority and make a statement, and for these players to make a statement too. But right now, I think we're all probably feeling, does the manager want this? Do the players want this? And even now, I think the fans are starting to feel like, question whether they want it either, because we're all so numb with what's going on. Frank was talking, only recently we were booing the team off. Frank was talking about the connection needed with the fans. And there's a reason why these games have so many empty seats now at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And there's a reason why the team are being booed off home and away now. And that's the craziest thing. It's got to be down to the manager and the players to give the fans something to sing about.
Josh, let me ask you, with the reports from BBC and Athletic stating that the hierarchy are going to back Thomas Frank, and funny enough, I've heard this as well, that they are willing to give Thomas Frank the time. If that Liverpool performance is a really poor one, and it is a poor result on Saturday, sadly, my guess is that we're going to hear boos again. And I tell you what, Thomas Frank has got off to a pretty rocky start, hasn't he, at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, because the amount of times that we've heard boos, I've never booed the team off. I understand people, want to vent their frustration, and, if people want to boo, they boo. If they don't, they don't. It's up to them what they do inside a stadium when they're paying, a good amount of money for a ticket. But, how do you see it going in terms of the club? Because surely the club can't be happy with these performances.
I really think, after Liverpool, I think there'll be some discussions, and I'd imagine that the pressure will really ramp up. I don't see, even with a terrible result and performance against Liverpool, I still think that he will have some more time. But, we've got a busy Christmas period now, and we've got a huge FA Cup game against Aston Villa, and Aston Villa are absolutely flying. That's 9 wins in a row for them. They don't look like losing, even though their own stats aren't the best. They're putting in goals and creating chances when it matters, and they're picking up results everywhere they go. And for Thomas Frank, if we go out in the third round of the FA Cup, I think that would be the moment. I think the club would pull the trigger. But the question is, do you even want to do that? We've got a January transfer window coming up, and we need a manager to be at the club who is going to be backed. And the only glimmer of hope is that, Thomas Frank had a terrible start at Brentford and a terrible start at Bromby, and then turned things around quite drastically. But I just don't think that Spurs is a club you can afford to have this level of a poor start at. We're not Bromby and we're not Brentford. It's a much, much bigger fish. And I think that, Thomas Frank should not be able to get away with it purely on that basis. I have no idea. I suspect it will probably cling on until the Aston Villa game. I think if we go out early in the FA Cup, I think that will be curtains for him if the results and performances continue, because at least with last season under Postecoglou, we finished 17th, but at least we won a trophy then.
Yeah.
And Josh, I don't think fans will accept this and going out early in the FA Cup too.
Yeah, Josh. Obviously, the two managers, if you think about Ange and you think about Thomas Frank, two very different styles of play, but also, from what I've seen, two very different characters. Do you think, we seen James Maddison on Monday Night Football, and he spoke quite highly of Ange. He says he was a bit frustrated at times being took off and he thought he was playing well, but there was a general love for Ange within his dressing room, even if there was question marks about his tactics. The players really seemed to like him. Do you think, are the players struggling to get behind Frank in terms of he doesn't seem as the most bubbly personality? Ange's team talks were quite passionate. Do you think, is that something that, is Thomas Frank struggling to galvanise that dressing room, do you think, after the departure of Ange?
Well, I think you can only read into what you're seeing, and the players' body language towards Thomas Frank doesn't seem to be overly positive. And certainly as a fan, looking at what he's saying in the press conferences, I'm not inspired by anything that Frank is saying. He is quite a dull character in front of the press. And I always thought at Brentford he was generally pretty good value, but at Spurs he doesn't seem to have that. And we get this comparison between Ange and Frank all the time. It's natural. It's the last two managers, and I think it's probably a case with Spurs of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It seems like, the porridge is too hot and the porridge is too cold. One manager's too attacking, one manager's too defensive, one's too, forthright and says anything he thinks. The other one is too timid and shy. We probably need something in between, which is why I think we need an experienced manager who is first and foremost going to improve the morale and work well with the players and build that camaraderie together, which is why I pointed to David Moyes earlier. Not that I'm calling for David Moyes, but someone with that level of experience at the top of the game. I mean, the reason I say David Moyes is because look at how he handled the Gay and Keane situation at Old Trafford, and they won that game. So for me, it's getting someone in with that level of experience, and I'm looking at it probably from the perspective of, if Frank does go, Spurs are probably looking at a caretaker manager until the end of the season, because who in their right mind is going to want the Tottenham job right now? And we can talk about Oliver Glasner, we can talk about Jurgen Klopp. Jurgen Klopp made it very clear he won't join another Premier League team if it's not Liverpool. Oliver Glasner is not going to leave Palace for Tottenham. It's not going to happen. We need to know our place in the food chain right now. Iraola, much the same. But, you know, when you're looking at a Spurs team that are languishing in mid-table, kind of sliding down that table, and there are so many bang average mid-table teams, you know, smaller clubs that are better than us in every single department. I think, Gareth, you were the one that said that this morning in the chat. So many bang average teams that are better in every single department than Spurs. When you look at the squads and you look at the players one by one, they are not better than us. That is alarming. And that's why I think we need someone who is actually got some experience at that highest level, who can rack some brains together and get something out of this squad. Because right now, I just don't think the players are inspired by Frank at all.
Yeah, we've seen different managers over the last number of years at different clubs where they make that jump from, you know, a Brighton to Chelsea, a Brentford to Spurs, a Wolves to Spurs. It's a very difficult jump. I think Jamie Carragher pointed that out. From coaching one of the teams that are kind of just about survival, then taking that jump, can you turn this team into an attractive team? Can you turn them into a team that's going to push for a top 4 spot? And many managers have struggled. Graham Potter, Nuno Espirito Santo, doesn't make them bad managers. Nuno's rebuilt his career at Nottingham Forest. He'll probably keep West Ham in the league. You think Thomas Frank suited to that kind of role of being a team mid-table club?
Well, I think I was expecting he would be ready for the step up, because I've been so impressed with the job he'd done at Brentford. And right now, it seems like he's really struggling. And I think this is a completely different environment to anything he will be used to. But, you know, you look at some of the managers that did make leaps from smaller clubs or lack of coaching experience. You look at Mikel Arteta and you look at Enzo Maresca. Well, both of them were coaches under Pep Guardiola. So unless Spurs have someone that they can go and get who's been coached under Pep, I think if we're going to go for another one of these appointments, it's never guaranteed to work. But then again, Pochettino came from Southampton. And before that, he was at Espanyol, and it worked. So I really think there's no hard and fast rule over how it works. I think it really is about the right character and the right personality and that determination to improve and grow. So, yeah, I mean, I mentioned Pochettino. I think that's the only guy that I think would properly unify the fan base as a permanent managerial appointment at this point in time. That is potentially realistic, but that would have to wait until after the World Cup. And I don't know if Robbie Keane would take a caretaker role at Spurs, but I think that would also potentially unite the fan base. But it just seems like no matter where we look, no matter where we turn, the options are fast disappearing for what Spurs can do in this moment in time.
Josh, very last question for you. Just give me a name, just a name. Who will be the Spurs manager on the opening weekend of the 26-27 campaign? I think all three of us probably agree on this. I think we all want it to be Poch. I think we would all love it to be Poch. Now that Daniel Levy's gone, I think we all want it to be Poch. So, yeah, let's go with Poch, because I can't see, I think for him, the attraction of the USA job is this World Cup. And then he will have been there and done that. I don't think he's going to stay in that role beyond that time. Josh, thanks so much for joining us. And as you know, we could talk about Tottenham all night with you. So we'll get you back on the podcast very soon.
Pleasure. Have a good evening, chat.
Cheers.
Good luck, Josh.
Right, we're now going to go to Northern Ireland to talk to someone we haven't spoke to for a long time. We're talking to Noel. Noel, how are you?
Hello, Chris. How are you?
Very good.
I haven't spoke to you for a long time. I tried to get on a few times, but couldn't get on.
It's very busy this evening. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see my fellow countryman Gareth there in fine flow as usual.
Noel, how are you feeling right now?
Terrible, Chris. I think yesterday was the most deflating day of the season so far. It was absolutely diabolical. I think actually you asked what direction or what positives were there, and I've written down here there's nothing good at the moment.
Oh.
Doesn't seem to know his team. Doesn't seem to, know his midfield. He hasn't a clue. Garrett said earlier on, look, Bergvall is only a shadow of the player. He's running around like a headless chicken when he does get on. And, there's always a foul in him. And, he looks very, very disjointed. Like Pop Sauer has been thrown under the bus. Brennan Johnson scored 18 goals last season. Can't get a game. Give him 10 minutes against his former club. I would always play a player against his former club. I think he'd have something to prove, and certainly more than 10 or 15 minutes. Going back to Vicario, I mean, the amount of mistakes, he's been fantastic. He's a great shot stopper, but he scares me. He gives me the heebie-jeebies when I see him with the ball at his feet. And I know, Sky were blaming Archie Gray. I blame Vicario. That was
completely agree. Completely agree.
Yeah, that was a back pass, Chris. It wasn't, a dead ball situation where he's trying to find his defender. That's a back pass. That should have been up the field beyond the halfway line. And he gives him a ball. Now, I know Archie was sleeping a wee bit, but he gave him a ball, which was, he put him in an impossible situation. And then Vicario completely off his line for the second one. So he has cost us. Like the Fulham match was diabolical a couple of weeks ago. Like we were 2-0 down within 6 minutes. And the teams that are beating us, I think Josh said earlier on, like Wolves nearly beat us. I think we only got a goal in the last 96 minute or something like that.
Yeah.
So like 6 wins and 6 losses. It could have been worse. I think we were lucky to get something against Newcastle. I thought there was something there. There was a little bit. But Chris, the really disappointing thing about yesterday, Nottingham Forest are not a good side. We're being beaten by very, very, very average sides. And that's the disappointing thing to me. And as well as that, I've said this to you many times before, teams like Nottingham Forest and Newcastle, the horse is out of it. They're too strong for us. I mean, Tottenham, like they have a nice, pretty little team, but there's no leadership there. Like even Romero, who's supposed to be a leader, is very, very quiet. They're completely disjointed. Van der Ven seems to be a shadow of his former self. Don't get me started about the front three. I mean, we're being, brought up in the diet of Harry Kane and Son for the last 10 years. And now what have we got? Carlson, who, in all fairness, is a good trier. But, he's so easy knocked off the ball. And Mulani, I don't really know what to think of him. But Odebert and Tell, that's our options. Brennan Johnson can't get on the field. So I think, in actual fact, I don't know if I'm at the stage yet to want Frank out. But I think it's getting very close to that. And I was just reading the fixtures we have. By February, we will have another 10 matches. And the last 4 of them are Man City at home, Man United away, Newcastle home, Arsenal home. And that's the last 4. So I think by February, if it's not decided before then, in the next 10 games, we need a minimum of 15 points. And I mean, there's every one of them looks hard at the moment. Every single one, starting with Liverpool on Saturday. So at the moment, Chris, I am full of admiration for yourself. That you have the get up and go to. Yesterday I wouldn't even talk about Spurs yesterday. I was disgusted. I thought it was a game that we could have won and should have won. And like we were still in it for 28 minutes. And and when you're 1-0 down, for God's sake, don't concede the second one. 5 minutes into the second half, what do? We go and concede the second one. And then it's a no-win situation. We're playing hopeless balls. Simmons never got a kick. Kudus, he's too easily marked out of it. I can't see much hope, Chris, to be quite honest with you. I can't see who's going to take the game by the scruff of the neck because he doesn't know his best midfield. And, the defence is all over the place. I mean, how many goals do we hand to the opposition? I mean, against Paris away, we give them 3 goals. 3 goals we give them. We give Fulham 2 goals. We give Nottingham Forest 2 goals. And the list, I can't even remember. And the list goes on and on and on. And most of these goals are very preventable. That's the disappointing thing for me. So very deflated, Chris. I'm looking for you to cheer me up, but Garrett maybe, but I can't see it at the moment.
Noel, there's you mentioned the lack of leadership on the pitch.
Yeah.
See, off the pitch, are you satisfied? Or are you confident that if Thomas Frank was removed, that the next manager would be the right appointment, because we've been through a lot of managers over the last number of years. There's been a lot of changes at the top of the club. We CEOs, Daniel Levy's moved on, different directors of football. Different managers have been employed, and a lot of different players coming and going. Would you be confident enough that the next manager's got the right foundation behind him? They turn Spurs around, because at the minute we're on a real slippery slope, it seems.
Well, if you take player for player, there's a lot of talent there. There's a lot of hell of a good players. But I think it just takes somebody to galvanise them. You mentioned it earlier. Wandy Ramos. That after 8 matches in 08-09 came in, and Harry Redknapp. I remember the first game actually was against Liverpool, and they won 2-1, and they went on a run that year. I think it is possible. I'm not sure if I'm at the stage where this thing of like changing managers every year. It's not the Spurs way. Maybe the Chelsea way, but I think it's beginning to look like it. I listened to his interview afterwards yesterday, and he wasn't even. He didn't see it as a mistake by Vicario. He thought there was nothing wrong with that. I think that's very bad. It's okay, playing about with the ball at the back when it's a dead ball situation, not when the ball is given back to you. There's little basic things, but there's nothing there. The amount of space that Nottingham Forest were getting in midfield yesterday, and the goals that they scored, 3 goals that were given to them, in my opinion. And that's the disappointing thing is I don't think they're that good. And we made them look very, very good. So I think possibly there might have to be a change, but it's at that stage just yet. But I think the next 10 games will definitely decide it. I know Josh was saying, 1 or 2 games. I don't think it's going to happen within 1 or 2 games. But as he said, if we go out of the FA Cup in January, what have you got? You're not going to win the league. You're not even going to qualify for Europe. We're sliding down towards the dead men, and that's the way it looks to me.
Now, last question. Are the board, the hierarchy at the club, are they in a very difficult position right now? Because, of course, the January transfer window, they would have been in planning for this window. I know that we don't expect too much in this window, but you would hope that 1 or 2 impact players would come in the door. With Thomas Frank, the club clearly want to give the manager time. They clearly want that patience with the manager to get things right. The fans' frustration, as Gareth said, it is increasing. Every game that I go to, the fans' frustration is increasing week by week, particularly at home. And I don't know whether you heard me say in the intro, but it's the first time I've heard boos from the away end at an away game at the Nottingham Forest game on Sunday. So, I've got a feeling that a lot of you guys that are going to come on this evening, people we've spoke to so far, people we're going to talk to in a minute, a lot of people are really feeling down about stuff. So are the club in a very difficult position? Because do you trust this manager to bring the players in to make that real difference? And also, let me add this question on, do you see a dramatic difference? Because I know, some positive fans, up to this Forest game have said, when we get Solanke back and we get Kulusevski back and James Maddison, things will really, really change in that final third, because all those stats I read out earlier are quite damning, with our lack of creativeness this season under Frank.
Well, I think actually Frank said last week that they were definitely in the market for players. But Chris, it's who do you get? The way Spurs are playing at the moment, they're not exactly an attractive proposition for somebody. We really need quality players. And I can't think of many. They're talked about Semenyo to break the weight structure. I think he's a fantastic player. I don't think he's going to come to Spurs. Not for a team that's mid-table at best at the moment. So I think they're in a catch-22 situation. I think they would like to give them time and, provide some signings for them, and that's encouraging. But, I would ask you, Gareth, can you think of any names of any signings that are going to come in January? Somebody that would really improve the team.
I think January is always a very difficult one, So are you in that situation where you panic buy? But I would like to think that the club have planned ahead. Semenyo's obviously a player that's been linked with a lot of clubs, so I can understand why you feel that it may be difficult to get him. But I think Spurs will probably have to do what they did with Xavi Simons and offer him more money than maybe Chelsea offered him. I think Xavi Simons come on and got £200,000 a week. If sometimes money does talk, is it the right way to go? We look at Man United, they've brought a lot of players on over the last 10 years on big wages, and it hasn't always worked out. I'm of the belief that we need to get the players that are the right character, the right mentality, and they want to be here because they want to play for Tottenham, not because we're paying the most money. Yes, money helps.
Well, that's the situation. But you take a situation where with Vicari at the moment, he seems to be completely shot of any confidence. I mean, would Kingsley do a better job? I don't think he's going to drop Vicario. He seems to have a great lot of faith in him. And he is a fantastic goalkeeper as shot stopping. But I mean, Arsenal a couple of years ago, they had a really good goalkeeper in Ramsdale, and they identified that they could get a better one. And a few years ago, Raya was nailed on to go to Tottenham, and we took the cheaper option. Yeah. I mean, that has always been the way. And I think, Chris, I haven't been talking to you since the Daniel Levy debacle or, him getting sacked. And I think he really, I think the Eze situation was the last straw for the Lewis family. I think they sacked him over Eze not coming to Tottenham, which he should have been. So we can't even blame Daniel Levy anymore. He's gone, so I don't know, Gareth, I can't think of any names. Give me a name of somebody. We need somebody up front. Who are we going to get in January that's going to improve us?
I actually thought yesterday, Chris, you would have seen this being at the game. I thought the Igor Jesus tortured our defence. His first touch, his hold-up play was absolutely outstanding. There's a striker at Brentford and another Igor who's done quite a good job. I think what Spurs need is a bit of a bully up front. He bullied the back four, and his first touch, Ibrahim went through and bounced off. But also as well, what I have to say, and me and Chris spoke earlier today, Sean Dyche just went in there, done a really good job like that. Yes, things take time, and yes, Forest will have bumps in the road, but you can see already that Sean Dyche has made instant improvements. The Nottingham Forest, we haven't quite seen that with Thomas Frank yet. Yes, things take time, but we're not seeing any signs. And I think Spurs fans can be patient if they're seeing some signs. At the minute, they're seeing nothing, and that's why Thomas Frank's becoming under so much pressure.
Yeah, I think his previous profession was a school teacher. He seems to be a bit of a school teacher, and I'm beginning to. I haven't got to the stage yet to say it out, but I'm beginning to have my doubts. I don't think maybe he's the right man, but then who is?
Some managers don't have the personality to manage a big club, and that's my worry with Thomas Frank. Has he got the personality? Not has he got the ability, has he got the personality? At the minute, we're not seeing that personality. You need the personality to match.
So if things don't improve, how many games more? Chris, I'm going to ask you that. If things don't improve, how many more games do you think before they would pull the plug?
The club, I think a lot of the fans have given up already. I feel like the club will be patient with him, and but the thing is, at those home games, if you've got more and more seats becoming available and they're being empty, and there has been a lot in recent home matches, which is just something that I'm not used to. Since we moved in there in 2019, you'd never see a spare seat at all, and you're seeing more and more and more. And then when the boos are coming, game after game, particularly when a manager has only just started in the job, I don't know how long it will take. I think the fans' voice will have a big say on what happens in this next month or so. But the results and the performances, like I said earlier, it's the manner of the performances, it's the manner of these defeats, and it's the manner that we're playing with lack of creativity and attacking intent. We cannot keep playing at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium not having shots on target in whole 45-minute spells, or one shot on target yesterday against Forest, one shot on target against Chelsea at home. The way that we set up Arsenal away, this can't continue. I said this on a video earlier. Either Thomas Frank has dramatically got to change, or the decision will be made. But like I've said, I think the fans' voice is so strong, particularly at home games. And if he loses that game and it's a really poor performance on Saturday, then you never know. But nothing. I've told you before. Nothing surprised me with Tottenham.
You've often said that. You've often said that to me, Chris. But once you put it like that, it does sound very damning. So I'm beginning to actually now you're beginning to convince me. So but I think Pochettino for 2026, 27. I think that possibility that they would appoint a caretaker now for the rest of the season. I think this season's a write-off.
Yeah.
And I think Pochettino for next season, and I think that would be very popular among the fans, and they would give him time.
Yeah. Well, this is what this show is all about, Noel. People coming on, giving their opinion. So, no one's right, no one's wrong. It's just our opinion. I hope that the manager turns it around. I've been saying this because I went on Sky Sports a couple of weeks ago, and I think it was after the Manchester United game, and I said, for that first half, we didn't have a shot on target. I called the football boring. And I tell you what, I got absolutely hammered by so many Spurs fans saying this, that, and the other, that I called the football boring. And I tell you what, people are agreeing now that was boring football. We've seen a lot of boring games this season. But like Gareth and I have said many times on this show so far, you just want to see signs. Week by week, game by game, you want to see signs. And when you see other managers going in at football clubs, we don't need to have a world-class squad, world-class players to actually give us signs. You could have a very weak team. At least you're seeing signs of improvement, signs of trying and signs of doing. And I quite often refer back to, our motto, to dare is to do. We're certainly not daring, and we're certainly not doing.
I agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
So that's what I've got an issue with.
If anybody has earned the right to criticise, you go to every match, and, I respect your opinion, and, you call it as it is.
Thank you, Noel.
And I think actually, there's, he might be running out of time. I think you could be right.
Well, as I say, I hope he turns it around. I hope that we thrash Liverpool on Saturday. I hope that we go on a great run. I hope that we sign players in January. I hope that we play attacking football. I live in hope, every day that things are going to turn around. But whether it will or not, or whether we'll go, through another manager and we'll be sitting here in a month's time talking about a brand new managerial appointment, I don't know. No one knows. So let's wait and see.
Just give me a caretaker manager name if you were to appoint one. I want to know from you, Chris. I
don't know. Like I said to you, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that Tottenham do. I wouldn't be surprised if Thomas Frank got the sack after the Liverpool game, and it wouldn't surprise me if Thomas Frank was still the manager come the end of the season and Spurs have finished 14th. Nothing would surprise me. But I do live in hope that, that things turn around.
Keep an eye on Robbie Keane. Keep an eye on Robbie Keane.
He's not going to take a caretaker role.
You'd be surprised.
No. We could talk to you all night as well. I tell you, the guests that come on here, we could talk to you all night. We're nearly an hour in.
I'll go to the bookies tomorrow and throw a few pounds on Gary and Robbie Keane then. So, and if I lose, Gareth, if I lose, I'm going to blame you. So, yeah.
That's it. No, we'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much. Nice to talk to you. Bye. Right, we're now going to go all the way to Singapore to speak to our good friend Dustin. Dustin, how are you?
Hi, we had to stop meeting like this.
Honestly, Dustin, I think every time I talk to you, we've got a new manager.
Nah, it's surely not that.
How are you feeling right now?
I kind of expected it, and for me, like the Slavia Prague game and the Brentford game, I expected him to beat Brentford because he's a manager that prepares for his teams. So what team is he more prepared for than his old team? And Slavia Prague they weren't Copenhagen, but they weren't good. So I just looked at the performances, and even though we won the games, I didn't see anything in the performances that suggested it would scale up to Premier League opposition, and so it proved, right? Forest are bottom half of the league. Doesn't mean that they're necessarily a bad team, and maybe they're fit to play us best. But there were a number of things that I saw in the game that just suggest problems with our identity in terms of how we attack. Right? For me, it's what is a Frank ball goal, right? We knew when we saw a Conte ball goal, and people would post it on social media, and that's Conte ball, which is like fullback to fullback, and with Mourinho it was like Son and Kane, fast counter attacks running into space. With Poch it was wing backs, fast vertical progression. With Ange it was like short pass in the build up, inverted wing backs and cutbacks. What is Frank's attacking idea. It can't be set pieces and win your duels, but that seems to be what it looks like to me. From the point of view of like attacking creativity, my issue is for the first half of the season.
Oh, we've lost Dustin.
We've lost Dustin.
We'll get him back in a second. Let's go to John. John, how are you?
As a Tottenham fan, pretty furious, to be fair, to be honest with you. I want to strip it back a little bit. I don't know who makes the decisions at this club now. When we look at the whole picture, who's buying the players? We've got 2 sporting directors, from what I understand. Who does the hiring and firing of managers? No idea. The medical department is horrendous. We've only got to see that from when Kulusevski got injured, and they said, "Oh, it's just a minor knock. He'll be out for a couple of days." He snapped his patella, right? But they had him doing doggies at that Crystal Palace game. Poor kid couldn't walk. And then we go on to, of course, the appointment of Thomas Frank. Now, on the face of it, you could have argued and said, "Okay, he did a good job at Brentford, and you can bring that into us." But we've not seen anything. We've not seen any improvement anywhere. The back line hasn't improved from last year. At least under Ange, we knew, obviously, it was all about going forward, high line and all of that. We're vulnerable from set plays. There's no patterns of play at all. The front players, you see that too many times. How many times do you see Romero get the ball and stand on it? Purely because there's no movement in front, because they don't know where to move to. Porro gets the ball wide right. What does he do? Where does it go? Richarlison can't hold the ball. Anyway, I don't think we've got good players. The people keep saying we've got a really good squad, we've got some really talented players. I don't think we have. We've never been able to sort out our midfield. But when I look at the club as a whole, I mean, we wanted to offer Basuma another contract. The kid's not played for us all season because he's had this injury, this phantom injury, and he's been taking laughing gas again. I mean, what's going on? What is going on?
The thing, John, with Basuma of giving him a new contract is so that they can actually, if they don't sell him in the January transfer window, it means that then they will get a fee for him in the summer window rather than actually letting him leave on a free transfer. So it's an option that they would take up.
But we do have an issue with, we can't get rid of players, can we? We can't move them on. They don't leave. Yeah, you know, we for whatever reason, you look at other clubs. I mean, everyone talks about Chelsea and they're buying this, that, and the other, but they don't half sell. They get rid of players quick. We can't seem to shift them. Maybe it's too nice. Maybe it's too convenient. Maybe the 6-star training complex that we always talk about is too nice and it's too easy to stay there. Maybe the physio room is too comfortable for them. I don't know. But it is a huge shake-up. I don't think we've got the right manager. I think the manager's a number 2 at best. I don't think he's got the strength to make any big decisions. He needs to drop Vicario. He needs to stop playing out from the back because we can't do it. We've never been able to do it. And it's clear as day. If you make a mistake like that against PSG when we were on top, we conceded the 2 goals because of it. Yeah. Why are you doing it again? Fulham did it again at Fulham. Did it again at Brentford, but we got away with it. Did it, of course, again yesterday and threw Archie Gray under the bus. Right? It's got to stop. Our only two top players are the 2 centre halves. And why is Van der Ven not signing a contract? I wouldn't, would you? You know, it's really, really damning. It's really disappointing. You would think most clubs, every club, in fact, given the fact we went 17 years without winning a trophy, would use that as a springboard to get excitement back, to start using it as a catalyst to really catapult yourself up the league. I'm not saying we're going to win the league or challenge. We're miles off of that. I understand. But goodness me, right? We should be competing. And that's the thing for me, is we've gone to Arsenal and just folded. Chelsea, folded. Fulham, folded. Yesterday, folded. Europe hasn't been particularly good. The Slavia Prague game was boring. And I echo what you said on Sky. Boring. It is. There's nothing exciting there at all. And I think we'll turn up to Liverpool on Saturday, we just get turned over, steamrolled, genuinely. And then we've got Palace and Brentford away.
Gareth,
John, Thomas.
Gareth, let Gareth, let me just ask you a question based on what John just said there about the players, not being good enough. Do you feel like us as a fan base, we overrate our players, but we expect also too much with the players that we have got? Because like you said at the very beginning, this is also on the players, not only on Thomas Frank. Yes, Thomas Frank's in charge, but it seems that whatever Thomas Frank is trying to get these players to do, they're not doing it. But also the criticism, from a lot of fans, including John, is on the manager.
Yeah, both.
I think in our squad, there's a real lack of experience. You think about, especially in midfield, apart from Bendicourt, obviously Polina's coming in the summer, but other than that, you've got Pape Sarr, Lucas Bergville, Archie Gray, all very new to the Premier League. Maybe Sarr's had a bit more experience. He's still a young player. Is there anyone in there that can give that guidance, grab the game by a scruff of the neck and dominate? You don't really see that on that midfield. Defensively, I think Romero.
We've lacked that. We've lacked that.
I think Romero, for all his good games, at times is he a real leader? Does he lead by example at times? Yes, he might go under the odd tackle, but he's let us down a number of times on the pitch with red cards, bad tackles, poor decision making, ball watching. Van de Ven is almost, you're asking him to be a leader. He's still 23, is he? 23 years of age. This is only his third season in England. The fullbacks, there's not a lot of experience there. I don't think with Jed Spence and Pedro Porro, Destiny Doggy, Richarlison is supposed to be our most experienced striker. He's come under a lot of criticism from. What's that? Sorry.
There's something to be said about that. Yes, there's the lack of experience and what have you, but at the same time, right? Doesn't matter how old you are. You got to put some effort in. You got to fight. Yeah. You got to fight. You got to scrap. You got to battle. You don't see it. You do not see it. Yesterday was so damning. After 50 minutes, he's made 3 changes. Right, Davis for Spence, Bergvall for Bentancur, Paulinho for Gray. We're 2-0 down.
Yeah,
we've still got 40 minutes to go, and you're making those 3 changes when you've got players on the bench. Now, listen, Brennan Johnson's not everyone's cup of tea. I'm not the biggest fan, but the kid scores. Right? Let's have it right. The kid scores. He's probably our best attacking threat. Doesn't get a look in. And you bring on Tell and he might run around a little bit and all of that. But change it up a little bit. Have a think about it. Change it.
Do you think that was damage limitation? Do you think it was damage limitation at that stage? We think Thomas Frank was thinking it's 2-0, it's game over. Let's try and keep the score down. Do you think is that what he was thinking with them changes?
I think he was thinking that, and that's not how we think. That's not what we expect. We expect you to go have a real go. Change that up. You're still 40 minutes, right? Nottingham Forest are 4th from bottom. They're not 4th from top, right? Yeah. They do ship goals. Their goalkeeper made their debut yesterday. How many shots at goal do we have? One. We should be sticking balls in the box, upsetting him, get Richarlison in his face, and being a bit housery towards him, right?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
You're too soft. You're too nice, and then we have this attitude, and we've always had this. If something goes against us, we sulk as a team. We sulk for a good half an hour. Poor me, poor me. Why is it always us? Oh, God, how are we going to get over it? The only time you ever see some fight, really, this season was when Van de Ven was captain in Bodo Glimt, and he saw red and he fired and he scored the goal and he was absolutely flying into tackles. I don't want to see more. I want to see more of that. And Romero at Newcastle, where he just took the game on and obviously scored the 2 goals. The only ones that showed any fight. Apart from that, not seeing it at all. We beat a poor Brentford team. I mean, if you're going to play Tottenham, the easiest thing to play Tottenham is play high, press them, because they'll give you the ball, right? Brentford didn't do that, so we won because we played around them. It was all right. But I don't think we've got it in us to turn this around. This group together, management, players, and the hierarchy, haven't got it in them to turn this around at all. I've got nothing there to show me that we're going to improve.
What's your prediction for the next couple of months then, John? Do you think that Thomas Frank will see this season out?
No, I think he'll get fired. I think he'll get fired. Now, who comes in? No idea, but I wouldn't get Robbie Keane or someone like that. But it would be a little bit unfair, I think. But I don't think that would necessarily work. But I think he will, because ultimately the manager becomes the fall guy. But I'm really disappointed with how he's been. He's not read the room. He's not done anything that I thought he would do in terms of even organising us as a team. I thought there might be boring games, but it would be tight, but we might nick a couple of 1-0s, that type. That's what I thought we might. We don't even get that. And then the substitution.
Do you think the job's too big for him, John? Is the job too big for him? Do you think the job's too big for him?
Yeah, he's a number 2. I always think when you look at the Premier League, and we always talk about ourselves being a top 6. We are a big club. You can't take that away from us. I think if you go from mid-table or bottom Premier League, the jump is huge. You could have known this from when Graham Potter went to Chelsea, right? Yeah. Apparently, he did a great job at Brighton. Apparently, right? But he went to Chelsea, and they just chewed him up and spat him out. You should look at that. I mean, we were linked with that Iriola at Bournemouth, weren't we? But they were 5th after 28 games, finished 12th after 38 games, and we probably just decided against it. But I don't think those managers there are right for what we want. Yes, we've gone down the elite route before with Conte and Mourinho, but look at the conditions that they worked in. Particularly with Conte, when he first came in, had us playing, didn't he? It was good to watch. It was front foot. It was energetic. But of course, we do what we usually do and don't back them in the window. And of course, the rest is history, as you like. But I would really, that's what worries me, is the recruitment side of management, the recruitment side of players it's shocking. It's really shocking.
John, lastly, on the recruitment side, because you mentioned that a couple of times now, what are your expectations for the January window? What must Spurs do as an absolute minimum to keep you happy?
Well, the January one's always a difficult one because players are tied into whether it's Champions League or into their cup football with their teams as well. But that aside, they said they've got 100 million they've drawn down. We've heard this before, haven't we? But they said they've got 100 million they've drawn down. They need to go and do something that's going to change the narrative. We need a goalkeeper. He's a number 2 as well. We need a goalkeeper first and foremost. We need a left winger, and we need a striker. I don't know what's going on with Solanke at all. Right, I'm not his biggest fan either. I don't think he's particularly good, but we probably do need him at the moment just to have a focal point up the front. But we need something like that that's going to get people on side and give us a bit of a lift, because the last world-class player we signed was Jurgen Klinsmann in 1994, whatever it was, 94-5 season. He was the last world-class player we signed, wasn't
he? Yeah, so there we go. We've heard that line on this channel yet again, and it's not me.
No, that's where we're at. So, yeah, disappointed. I can't see it changing, though. I just can't see it changing. I want the Lewis family to sell. That's what it's
John, just give me a score prediction for the Liverpool game before you go.
After all that, Tottenham 2, Liverpool 1.
After all that?
I can never go against my team, can I? I can never go against my team.
Give him a new contract.
Well, I'm glad we ended on a positive, John. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care.
Cheers. Right, we're now going to go back to Singapore to get Dustin back. Dustin, I actually think it was my fault. I think I cut you off. Sorry. Where were we?
You're still blaming me for Tottenham losing when I come on, right? That's why you decided to cut me off.
There's a few. I think every time. There's a couple of years ago, Melvin used to come on every single podcast that we would do. Where Spurs lost a game, Melvin would be there. It was like a dead cert of, Melvin's on the podcast means we lost, and it was normally.
So that's the solution. Fire the fans, not the manager, right?
Oh, it's all the fans' fault. It's all the fans' fault. That's another thing, actually. Dustin,
I'm not a true fan. That's why.
Let's start there. What do you make of all this? That what Thomas Frank has come out and said about the fans and the booing? Because I mentioned the booing, more booing this time at an away game against Forest.
When you lose the away fans,
it's sad. I tell you what, it's sad times when booing now this season has just become the norm.
Yeah. And I think it goes back to style of play, which I was talking about before you kicked me off, right? Style of play means that, when it comes down to it, which managers have we venerated? Which managers do we still talk about? Poch didn't win us anything. We still talk about him. Redknapp didn't win us anything. We still talk about him. Do we have statues of Wande Ramos and George Graham? No, right? So the way you play matters sometimes more than what you win. And if we have nothing to hang our hat on in terms of results, then all we have left is how did we feel when we watched us play. So even though we won nothing with Poch, how did we feel those two seasons where we should have won the league, right? We still remember. There's a Twitter account that's just have they mentioned the 2017 team, right? And it's just Spurs fans talking about when we had Rose and Walker and all of that. right? So we remember teams for the way that they play. I'm not going to remember how this team plays. So I think that's pretty much it, right? The fans are responding to ultimately what are they paying the most expensive season tickets in the league for? To watch us have a team where our patterns of play and our attacking intent is to score from set pieces, win duels, and win and create chances from there. We have 7 through balls the entire season. We're bottom of the league in through balls. We have the highest miscontrols in the league. So there are many stats that we have. The third goal we conceded off the post. We also we allow the third most long shots in the league. These are all
Dustin,
things that are.
I wanted some people to bring some positive stats. You got any positive ones?
I have a positive one about Muani when he played in the center. When he drifted in the center for a while, he actually penetrated, and that's the whole point of having Muani in the center, because he is one of those players that can dribble and beat a man. But if you put him out in the wing, he beats his winger, and then he's got 2 centre backs to deal with. You put him in the center, he beats a man, he gets shot. So I think part of it is playing Richarlison in that position, and then there's one run where Xavi breaks with the ball. He passes to Richarlison near the center circle, and his first touch is like 20 yards, and the centre back gets it, and you see Xavi's expression is like. So that's kind of like what we're dealing with, where we have players that are ever present. Who are the players that are ever present? Paulinho, Bentancur, Richarlison. And who do we leave on the bench? We leave like Tel, Odebear, Xavi was shunted out to the left. Only now he's starting to play a bit in centre. We never see Xavi and Bergvall together. They're always replaced for each other. We always have 2 defensive midfielders instead of like 1 pivot and 2 creative. So even if you have a creative midfielder, who does he interplay with? He's got to take on the entire team on his own. Whereas if you had like Bergvall and Xavi, they could play one touches, they could penetrate in the middle together. That's why we have 17 through balls all season, because we don't have the setup to attack through the centre.
Dustin, see, prior to yesterday's game, Thomas Frank done his pre-match interview with Sky, and he said that he was happy with how the last 3 games had went, because he was starting to see signs of his identity shining through in the team. What have you seen, or what is your idea of Thomas Frank's identity with Tottenham so far from what you've seen this season?
I see that he values solidity more than he thinks of attack. So like when I said that I don't know what his attacking style of play is, I don't know how he develops chances, because the first part of the season is hit it to Kudus and hope that he beats 3 people and crosses it into someone. And now that we've like over-relied on Kudus so much, Kudus is no longer playing the same way he did at the start, partially because teams are finding him out. But the other part of it is he's doing ridiculous things like I've uploaded something that shows this perfectly well. If you can put it up on screen, it's the slide that I've uploaded. But basically, there's a scenario where Kudus has the ball in acres of space, and he has the option of let me see. It's not this one. Yeah, acres of space to run into, and Xavi Simons is available there. So he can dribble straight into space or give it to Xavi Simons. And what does Kudus decide to do? I'll cut outside and try to beat 3 people. Right? So Kudus is already starting to go on his like Lucas Moura arc. He's got another situation where I have 3 teammates in the box. What should I do? I will dribble 6 people. Right? And then we actually have people making runs in this game. We have Bentancur and Xavi making runs, and then he passes it back. So even our best creative outlet at the start of the season is starting to get over-relied upon, that his judgment is suffering and he's making bad decisions. The other point I was making about Muani is like when we got Muani finally like going through the center, right? He got to run in the center, and he got a shot off, like, near the penalty area. So when we put Moani out to the side, we lose this kind of penetration, and what we have instead is this from Richarlison. Oh, the other part about the third goal that we conceded. Frank thinks that like long shots are low percentage chances, and that's why we're third in the league for shots allowed from outside the box. So these are all things that are part of like his philosophy. He's spoken before on podcasts where he's like, his masterclass or whatever, where Frank the tactician, tell me what you think about long shots. And he's like, oh yeah, I think they're low percentage chances. But when you say that to your team, it means that they don't take long shots. But it also means that when they defend, they're like, oh, my coach thinks this is not an issue. And that's why Paulina's there. Paulina's not closing his man down because he knows his coach doesn't think that this is a problem, and he allows the long shot. How many goals have we conceded via long shots in the last few games? So these are part of like, when Frank says that the players understand my system, this is part of the understanding as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're seeing a lot of flaws in Thomas Frank's coaching at the moment?
I'm seeing a lot of flaws with the way that he's coaching for the players that he has, because the players played in a completely different system under the previous coach. So yeah. I think that there are things that we can blame on the coach, and there are things that we have to blame on the hierarchy, which is, if you change the style of coach completely, you've got players that not only may not fit the new coach, but even they can adapt to the new coach. They played in a completely different way, the previous coach. So then you have Vicario doing things like this, right? Where this is like Ange ball style build-up play. But when you do that under Ange, he's training build-up play all the way. So it means that everyone is used to building up this way. Gray would not take that second touch, he just passes it first time because they train it and drill it all the time. But when you're schizophrenic, where the previous season you played this style, and now you've got a different coach that plays a different style, sometimes in a game you revert to instinct and you do something that is unconscious. So it could be that Gray and Vicario are, they have a Ange ball like Tourette's moment and let's play Ange ball style now, but they haven't been drilling it, so it's not instinctive. So he gets that ball, loses it there, concedes the goal. And that's what happens when you keep changing managers, but you don't get the same consistent style. The whole reason you have director of football to begin with is that the director of football sets the style. Even if you replace the manager, you get a manager that fits the players you already have, rather than you go Conte, you go Mourinho, you go Poch, and they all want different things. And then you've got Conte signings that are like Perisic and like 31, 33 years old, and you've got to have them on your books for multiple seasons, while your next coach is like, I don't need this guy at all. So that's why we have so many long transition seasons, because above the manager we've got a hierarchy that is schizophrenic in the managers that they choose, the players that they use.
Dustin, can I come back to you on that? The Vicario, the first goal, because you put here in Vicario's defence, Gray asked for the ball. Now he received the ball from the right hand side. He could have very quickly have given it to Van de Ven on the left hand side. He could have done things so much better. Yes, and I think Gareth said it earlier. The ball goes into Gray. It was a poor touch. Yes, everyone's blamed Gray. I blame Vicario in this instance here. And it's funny, I don't know whether you've seen the clip from Sky Sports, Jamie Carragher. He said exactly the same thing, because it was a really poor ball from Vicario into Archie Gray. With the amount of mistakes that Vicario has made, this can't continue either. As a goalkeeper that is giving the opposition, clear-cut chances again and again, particularly in the last few weeks, like that Fulham one where you just whack the ball out, you just get rid of it, and it can't keep happening.
So I think that this is like the context of doing this, right? Vicario played the similar ball to Bentancur 3 or 4 times, but Bentancur plays under Marcelo Bielsa at Uruguay, right? So he is drilled all the time in terms of like, he's also a lot more experienced. So he knows that in that position, I don't take a touch. I play it first time, and even if it goes out, it's better than losing the ball there. Gray is 19, right? He's not going to have the experience. And if we're not training that week in, week out, he is going to make mistakes. The natural thing is that young players will make mistakes. This is why, like Lucas Bergvall, as much as I like the way he plays in midfield, I would not put him as a 6 because he takes too much risk as the deepest midfielder. He's fine as an 8 or fine as a 10 because that's where you want people to take risks. And even if he loses the ball, you've got a DM behind him. But when you have young players, they take risks that are good. After Gray, was at fault for the goal, he also got our only shot on target because he's looking to redeem himself, and he was actually, it almost felt like he was defying Frank's orders and getting into these attacking spaces because it wasn't something I saw him do before that. So it almost feels like we're taking the attacking instinct out of our players and we're making them like more solid, but it's a trade-off. When you go for defensive solidity, by definition, it also means that sometimes you miss attacking chances. I think I've given this example previously where everyone talks about how like Brennan Johnson doesn't track back, and there are a lot of things that people don't like about what Brennan Johnson does. But why is he always at the end of a counter attack, and he's always in the right place to score? Because the minute we turn over possession, he's sprinting to where he knows the kill zone is. And that means sometimes that when we lose the ball in build-up, he's out of position and therefore he can't be, putting in his defensive shift. But that is a specific choice. And that's why he was our top scorer last season. When you don't have that attacking slant, everyone's like neutral bias is we got to be defensive, we got to be solid. And that's why we have so many problems trying to like build up and score goals. That's why until recently, our top scorers were our centre backs and our DM.
Yeah. Dustin, thank you so much for joining us this evening, and thank you so much for this presentation. Absolutely superb. I wish all of our guests would come on and do this.
Yeah,
Dustin, we'll talk to you soon.
Yep, no worries. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Right, Gareth, let me ask you about the Vicario incident there. Should he have played it first time?
100%, because if he plays it first time, they van the van. The situation's avoided. And I thought Jamie Carragher did a really good piece. As you say, when he plays it in, he plays it on Gray's left foot, so he can't even play it first time. Yes, control could have been better, but he couldn't have played that first time pass with his right foot out to Romero. So why Vicario delayed, only he knows. But I do come back to the point, Chris. I don't think the players are that sure when they are playing out of the back, because I think Dustin's pointed out that there has been such a heavy focus on being solid and being difficult to beat and being hard to score against. He's thought about it last season. Spurs conceded a lot of goals. They conceded a lot of goals from set pieces. Thomas Frank's done work on that. They avoid that, and I think he's put so much work on trying to stop the opposition. He's almost forgot about what he has at home, and we've become very, very poor going forward and very, very poor on the ball. And it's like anything, Chris. Everyone will say these are professional footballers, but I mean, professional snooker players, if they don't practice, they'll start missing pots. You just can't. Ronnie O'Sullivan, one of the best snooker players of all time, doesn't practice as much, doesn't play in all tournaments, and can't win anymore. He's the best ever to pick up a cue. So it's like anything. If you're not practicing the right things, that quality, you lose it. And we were very good on the ball. We Ange Postecoglou because we practiced it so much. We weren't so good defending because we didn't put enough work into that. So it's that trade-off. But the biggest difference, Chris, is Ange had a lot of lovers because the style of football was good, even though the results weren't always there. The style of football for the majority of his 2 years was quite good and quite fun to watch. So we're not getting that with Thomas Frank, and that's one of the main issues. Is I think Jamie Carragher and Gary Neville pointed out, when you're playing this ugly, you've got to win games of football because there's nothing to hang on to. The fans leave in bad form. It's dejected, and one shot on target. Some games we haven't had a shot on target in the first half, and fans don't want to see that, Chris. They pay a lot of money. You want to get off your seat. You want that excitement. And with players like Kudus and Xavi Simons, there was a lot of Tottenham fans that thought, you know what, we've got two players in there that get you off your seat. But how many times have you got off your seat this year? I mean, you could probably count in one hand.
Interestingly, though, what Dustin said there, with the extra touch, I've noticed that this season under Thomas Frank, we always want to take the extra touch rather than move the ball quickly. And even when you think about under Ange Postecoglou, when he first came in, a couple of years ago, it was all about moving the ball really quickly, one-touch football, attractive football. Those first 10 games under Ange, everything was about moving the ball quick. I remember being in the pre-season tour, in Australia, and the training sessions were absolutely fantastic and entertaining to watch because everything was about attacking football. He wanted that ball moved extremely quickly from defence through to midfield and then through to the attack. And it was fast, attractive football. So if you're going to say some of these players would have been drilled into that way of moving the ball quickly. And now it just seems like we want to take the extra touch all the time. Anyway, we're going to go to our next guest, and we've got people from all over the world this evening. So thanks so much for joining us. We're going to go to Orchi in Istanbul, Turkey. Orchi, how are you? Nice to talk to you again.
Hello, mate. Yeah, it's been a while. I sort of disappeared for a bit, just sorting stuff out. But yeah, just really frustrated, mate. Just the performances, as you said. Just especially in recent weeks, it's just been really. We've had a couple of good results, but against, as you say, maybe poorer teams like Brentford, etc. And then we're just all over the place at the moment. And like you said, when you look at the performances, I certainly was expecting a lot better than what we're seeing at the moment. And what's upsetting me is that regression. I think we were probably slightly better at the start of the season, and we sort of seem to be getting worse and worse, especially in recent weeks, the past month or so. Some of those games are just absolutely diabolical, and I mean, the team seems very disjointed, a lot of wayward passes, a lot of static, I mean, a lot of the things I wanted to say have already been said. What's frustrating is, one of the things that everybody, like the Tottenham way of playing is we're kind of like, and maybe people are going to laugh at me to make this comparison, is we've always been known a little bit, it's that Barcelona Johan Cruyff style, right? It's that fast, passing, attractive football. Even if we haven't won a lot, usually Spurs are famous for that attractive football over our history. And, considering obviously, again, a period where we had a good run. Again, I'm going to go back to Mr. Pochettino, peak Poch, seasons, those couple of 2, 3, 4 seasons. That's exactly the kind of football we wanted to see. Now, it's a shame that obviously we didn't win anything playing that kind of football, but at least we were challenging. At least we were seeing, we were attractive, and we were probably everybody's second favorite team to watch, outside of their own team, those Poches. And just looking how far we've regressed, and we just can't seem to find the manager. Now, I mean, I had hopes, because obviously Thomas Frank is well known for his, well-organized teams, him improving players. A lot of the things that we were kind of criticizing, Postecoglou last season, especially, we thought we would get a massive, improvement on with Thomas Frank, and we're just not seeing it. We're seeing, as one of my biggest frustrations, for example, I mean, on Sunday, Jed Spence, I was so frustrated that Spence wasn't getting a lot of, like, a bit of a look in, because he didn't seem to be like, Postecoglou didn't really fancy him very much. When every time he came on, I thought he played really, really well. And Postecoglou, I don't think for ages didn't give him a fair chance. Whereas, this season, he's getting a lot of chances. And I've got to be honest with you, like, Jed Spence is like a shadow of the player that he was in the previous seasons. And you look at, obviously, the mistakes that are constantly being made in midfield. We just seem to be devoid of ideas. And that's what's really frustrating for me. And, it's that question. And, and also, I mean, again, what's been frustrating for me in recent games is, like again, game management. Like on Sunday, you know, he waited till like the 80th something minute to make changes to bring on people like Johnson, and you know, and some of his other, like some of the substitutions just baffled me, to be honest. Like you're there trying to, you know, get back into a game and you're leaving it because there were certain players, like for me, I mean, you know, I don't understand how, for example, Richarlison starts the game. Like one player that I think maybe didn't deserve a lot of recognition, but he kind of looked bright every time he got the ball, is Cowlin Moani. Now, I don't understand why Cowlin Moani cannot be put, you know, instead of Richarlison, put him in the center and, you know, give some of these other attacking players a chance. Like maybe, you know, give, you know, again, Odebear hasn't set the world alight, but maybe give Odebear a few games run in the team, playing with people like Xavi Simons and, you know, a bit more creative players. Like, again, Bergvall, as some people have already said, looks a little bit like a shadow of himself. But, you know, again, especially in a couple of the games where he's come on, he's looked brighter. So why doesn't he start him? Like, he seems to keep doing the same thing again and again and again. And of course, we're getting similar kind of performances. So it's just baffling. It is baffling. I don't want, you know, I so badly want these managers to succeed. You know, it's so frustrating. And I think back, I mean, you kind of mentioned it with the last chap. Those first games with, you know, Postecoglou and how well his reign had started, those first 10 games, that's exactly what we want. We wanted, you know, we want to see that style of football and us going and giving any team a run for their money. But, you know, we had it for those 10 games. And afterwards, you know, here we are sort of 2 seasons on, and we're kind of complaining pretty much about the same things. I mean, a lot of the times, yes, there were at times, you know, under Postecoglou, we played all right, good football sometimes, but a lot of the times, you know, we were getting beat. And there were plenty of other, you know, there were plenty of matches where we kind of, again, looked lethargic. We looked devoid of any creativity. We looked devoid of any ideas. The players already, like, you look at their body language as well when they're on the pitch, you know, from quite early on in the game, they look already like they've been beaten. You know, there isn't that fight. There isn't that kind of aggression that you see usually from oppositions. And like another gentleman said, I think, you know, constantly we're getting, especially recently, we're getting beat by average teams, and these average teams, and, you know, with all due respect, you know, their players seem to be a lot more up for it than our players do. And yeah, of course,
Archie, one of the big contrasts I've seen, right, we've spoke about the styles of play and different, but if you remember back to last season, Ange looked quite lonely on the sideline, always had his hands in his pocket, and nobody really interacted with him and coaching staff. We're seeing a complete contrast this year where Thomas Frank's very, very animated with his coaching staff, and we've seen it breaks in play, different coaches giving out different instructions, and when players are starting to come on the pitch, sometimes they could be standing there 5, 6, 7 minutes getting instructions. Do you think the players are getting too much information and too many different voices, and it's getting muddled because on the pitch it looks very disjointed? We're seeing Thomas Frank speaking to Matt Wells quite a lot, even after a few minutes in the game, and they're calling players over and they're making changes, and there's different communications being given to the players. Is that hampering the players on the pitch, do you think?
Possibly. I mean, there is still, I mean, obviously, you know, he's at the end of the day, he's, you know, we're in December, so he's like 3-4 months into his reign as manager. So I guess, you know, players are, again, a totally different management style, quite clearly, as you said. He's very much involved with his back, you know, he's got a backroom staff, you know, and his coaches. But yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, you know, in some ways, I mean, we were complaining a lot last season, I remember, where, you know, for example, Postecoglou wasn't making any changes. You know, it's like, you know, from literally the first minute till the 90th minute, there wasn't really many, like when clearly things weren't working, we were complaining that he wasn't changing. His man management wasn't great. He wasn't good at changing stuff. So now we have a very it's almost like we've gone the opposite way. Like we have a manager who's constantly tinkering, constantly, as you say, either him or members of his staff are, shouting instructions or sending instructions, calling players over, giving instructions. So
Chris made a very good point, Archie, about he thinks some of the players are taking an extra touch when they could move it a bit quickly. Sometimes that can be down to the instructions from the management team that, make sure you don't lose the ball, because we could be counterattacked here instead of maybe, are these players playing with too much restraints on them? Should they be able to allow to express themselves a bit more, especially in midfield? Because I think Lucas Bergvall's playing with the shackles on. Pape Sarr started the season well, but he looks like he's playing with the shackles on. And there seems to be a real devoid of confidence to be creative on the ball times. Sometimes, yes, that is down to ability, but I do think some of the players that are playing can be more creative if they're being allowed to, but it just seems at the minute like they're being peppered with instructions.
Yeah, I mean, yes, definitely. I mean, I think sometimes the structure of the team also, I think I look at some of the games where, I miss the days where, we had players like Moussa Dembele who would, receive the ball and then, turn, dink, and then, lots of through balls, lots of, he'd maybe, run past a couple of players and then give it. Like, I think, like, one of the things, again, I was a big fan of Kudus, and what Kudus seems to now do is just he will not pass to save his life. It's like he gets the ball, he goes on the run, and he tries to either, he tries to beat 3 or 4 players when sometimes I think the earlier ball could be better on, or, we very rarely, I think, again, somebody else made the point, like we're not seeing many through balls. The quality of crosses is absolutely shambolic. Like, I mean, Pedro Porro, I can't remember the last time he put in a good cross in, so there's a whole bunch of like the basics of the game we are failing at, and that's what really frustrates me. It's almost like it does seem to have gone backwards. And is that I mean, yes, of course, is at the end of the day the buck stops with the manager, so you have to hold Thomas Frank responsible, especially he's supposed to be an experienced guy, he's supposed to have a clear way of playing. But it just maybe his way of playing or his philosophy doesn't really, it's not compatible with the way that, our team maybe wants to play, or maybe some of the players are used to. Maybe, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, this is not, it's just the basics. We're getting even the basics wrong. We're failing even at the basics of the game. I mean, like, whether it's Bentancur, whether it's Bergvall, whether it's Sarr, whoever it is, I can't remember, like, and even I think somebody mentioned that even when the defenders come up, so many times it was so, I mean, on Sunday, I was screaming at the TV, like, for example, when Romero gets the ball and he just literally just stops the ball. And he just holds the ball for such a long time. And I appreciate maybe players aren't making runs or players aren't, going in the positions that he's looking at. But so many times we were like hitting the ball long and hoping that we would, somebody would get a hold of it and pass it. But yeah, it was just completely ineffective. Just again, it just comes back to, it's like there was no plan. Nobody really had a clue. Nobody had any kind of creativity. And they all just looked dejected. They were just all like, just going through the motions of just, passes for the sake of passing. And a lot of times, and also that's the other thing as well, even just simple passes. How many times are they, overhit passes, or, one player goes to pass it and he either passes it behind the player he's trying to reach or too far in front of the player. And the ball keeps going out into either touch or, goes out for a goal kick. So, I mean, these are the things that we're supposed to be good at. These are the things that, that we were better. It's almost like, even the last few seasons. But like at the moment, it just doesn't seem to be happening. And it's difficult to put a finger on why. And it could be, I mean, it's most likely the instructions that they're getting. But,
last question for you. What positives do you see under Thomas Frank that perhaps we didn't have under Ange Postecoglou, because I do feel like this show so far has been a bit of a Thomas Frank backing. I do feel myself that he has brought calmness to Spurs. Some people I know have used the word boring. I've used the word boring this season as well. But when Thomas Frank was appointed, I think a lot of us thought that set pieces would be a lot better. You've just mentioned set pieces. We've seen a number of Kevin Danso throws, Bergvall throws, but nothing has really happened in those attacking set pieces, and which has been frustrating to me. I'll be honest. But what positives do you see that Thomas Frank has brought, or big differences in a positive way than Ange Postecoglou in the last couple of years?
Yeah. I've got to be honest with you, like in recent weeks, that's what's really frustrating. I would say probably at the start of the season, it was better. Like we were scoring goals from corners. We were, solid defending corners. A lot of the things where, like last season, how many goals did we, ship in from corners and, Vicario and the organization of defense and etc. I think, yes, when you see set pieces, like when we're defending corners, you see the team is more organized. People kind of know where people are going to be. Vicario hasn't really done himself any favors in recent weeks with some of the mistakes, but those were mistakes in the actual game and in passing and wrong passes and things like that. Whereas from corners and things, we do seem to be better, and also attacking wise, every time we have, for example, a corner, I do feel like potentially we could get a goal, and we've got quite a few goals from like corners and set pieces. But again, saying set pieces, also includes free kicks. I can't remember the last time we scored a goal from a free kick, Chris. And there were times when, again, I know I keep going back to. I mean, I was just so I don't know. I think way back, instead of Postecoglou, if we'd gone for Poch, I don't know. I just get the feeling that, maybe we would have been in there like a second, peak Poch period. But I mean, look, I think I don't know. I think I don't think the board are going to pull the trigger on sacking him immediately. So I think he probably will get a bit of a time. And I think I do have to say, look, kind of looking at the other side of the coin, I can't ignore the fact that, yes, he's practically, Kulusevski hasn't really kicked the ball this season. Obviously the bet in talking about our forward line, I think Solanke, as much as he has his critics, I think he's a better choice than Richarlison. I know Richarlison pops up and scores a goal here and there, but the guy is missing for 95% of the game. He can't hold the ball. He can't really distribute the ball that much. I mean, he has once in a blue moon, he has maybe a good 10, 20 minutes or a good half. But I can't say that, every time I see Richarlison starting a game, I'm filled with confidence. I would much rather, I don't understand why. I mean, I've seen a lot of positives from like Cowlin Muani is somebody who seems to be able to dribble. He seems to be able to go past a couple of players. I think in a couple of the matches we've seen his good finishing, also even his creativity as well. So I personally would rather that he starts Cowlin Muani in the center of attack at least, even if he's not getting a ball. And I don't understand why, for example, Matthias Tell doesn't seem to be getting a shot at all so far. I mean, he's been completely missing. So listen, I'm not saying that those players are better than what the guys who are starting the matches are. But I think, some of the choices I don't really understand. I think we could be trying out some of these other players, giving them like Richard seems to be getting a chance game after game after game after game. I think maybe why don't you try Cowlin Muani there and maybe start Cowlin Muani, Matthias Tell on the left, and obviously Kudus on the right, Xavi in the middle of that, number 10 position. Maybe like somebody said, we haven't really seen Xavi and Bergvall play together. Why not? These players. I mean, again, we've seen small glimpses of, some creativity from Xavi being, getting past players and things like that. Like, I mean, I don't know, but listen, positives. I know that was your question. Sorry. I think, yes, I think we are better. And I think yes, Thomas Frank is somebody who's not afraid to change it, but I don't know why in recent games he's left things really late and some of his substitutions have been questionable. But overall, if I had to kind of look at him since the start of the season, this season, he's shown that he can, man manage maybe to a certain point. He can change things up if things aren't working. Like there have been games where he has changed things at halftime. He hasn't waited till later, and we have ended up getting results. So, yeah, like I think one thing is, I'm kind of, you guys were talking about Daniel Levy leaving. Now, as you know, I think earlier in the season when I've been on the live shows, I still, I did say to you that I didn't think that we did enough in the transfer market. Now, Daniel Levy's gone. So this is going to be, Christmas is going to be the first transfer window without Daniel Levy in charge. And with this new hierarchy, I think somebody also said, I mean, I don't know who is in charge, who is making the decisions, who's deciding what players we're going for, who's doing the negotiation.
From what we understand, Algie, and from what has been explained to us, the fans, is that, of course, you've got the two sporting directors, Fabio Prati and Johan Langer, and, of course, Thomas Frank. And what has been explained to us is that when they want to, or when they're identifying a player to possibly sign, 2 out of the 3 have got to agree. And it's got to be that way. At least 2 out of the 3 have got to agree that is the player that we want to sign. And of course, Vinay Venkatesham is the CEO. So those are the main people involved.
So I think this, obviously, we know January transfer window is a very hard window to get things done. So, I guess we're gonna have to wait till maybe. Let's wait and see what happens in January. What sort of, what players we go for, if we go for any players, if we get any players. I think we definitely need to bolster the squad. I think that squad needs at least a couple of players to freshen things up, maybe. And kind of give a bit of life, give a bit of injection to the team. But I think unless we're just losing game after game after game after game, I don't know. I get the feeling that probably Thomas Frank is going to get potentially till the end of the season, and they're going to probably see how he does. But it'll be interesting to see obviously what the summer window is going to be like in as far as transfers and things like that is concerned. But obviously, there's a whole season to play until then. But yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand this regression. I don't understand because it was just so poor. Sunday was just so poor in all aspects of it. It's very difficult to kind of pick anything that was positive about Sunday, and that's quite disheartening. But the positive is you only get.
Let's finish on a score. Let's finish on a score prediction for the Liverpool game.
I think it's going to be a draw. Personally, potentially it could be. Like I've got a feeling that after Sunday's absolute diabolical performance, I think probably this week there's a lot of soul searching. Hopefully that's been done. And I like to hope that a lot of the players are going to be up for really hopefully up for that game and trying to get a result. And I've got a feeling that although obviously Liverpool have improved in recent games, I think we can they can still be got at. And if even half of our squad plays to their strengths, if 4 or 5 of our players actually play to their potentials, we could get a result against them. I think it's going to be a draw, personally, like a 2-2.
Thank you so much for joining us. And as I say, we could talk to all of you guys all night, but we've got so many guests to get through. So thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again very soon.
Cheers. Good night, guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
Talking to you.
Bye, Archie.
Right. We're now going to go to Charlie. Charlie, how are you, mate?
If this isn't good, is it? I've come on here tonight. Normally, when I make my YouTube videos, when I come on these fan shows, I'm coming on because, I'm happy. I love talking about Tottenham. But right now, I watched football this morning, and one of my friends, they come towards me and they go, "Charlie, what happened yesterday?" And I go, "Look, don't talk to me." And I moved on. It's unacceptable. And I've come on here tonight to criticise Thomas Frank. I want to give managers time. I don't think it's fair not giving them the time they need. But I'm fed up of it. All these managers, we need these players. We need this amount of time. No, you come in, you perform. If you don't perform, you're gone. I'm fed up of all this time. And and people may ask, who do we bring in? Who do we bring in? Mauricio Pochettino. We keep going from one extreme to another. We're going from Ange Postecoglou, get the ball forwards, run, attack the other team, 7-goal thrillers, to Thomas Frank, 0.05 XG every game. I'm not having it anymore. Bring Poch back. He was the perfect fit. And I was on the phone to my granddad earlier, and I go to him, and he goes to me, Charlie, do you not think if we brought Poch back, we'd be going backwards? And I said, yes, I think we would be going backwards. We'd be going back to finishing second, competing right at the top, as the board like to say, competing on all fronts. That's how it should be. And Pochettino was so close to winning those trophies. He got to, 2 FA Cup semi-finals, second in the Premier League. He ran Leicester so tight that season that we finished third. We only fell right at the very end. Champions League final. He done so much, and then we just got rid of him. And I still can't accept that, of getting rid of Pochettino. I remember I was very little when it happened. I didn't really understand it. I didn't actually know you could sack a manager when we sacked him. I was so shocked. He done such a good job. Now, especially looking back at it, he is a manager who deserved what I call breathing space, where if you go on a bad run of games, but you've proven that, look, this is what's going to happen, this is how I can do. Right now, I might be going through a rough period, but we're going to bounce back. We're going to be playing this amazing football once again. This is not amazing football. Chris, I came on here a few weeks ago and I said, look, if we're playing boring football and we're winning games, it's okay. And Chris, you said to me, Charlie, what if we're not winning games? And now we're at that point. We're playing this awful, awful, awful football and we're not winning games. My friends keep going to me, Charlie, what do you think of Thomas Frank and how he started at Tottenham? And I go, well, look, I don't like it. I don't like him. I don't like the football he plays. I think it's boring. It bores me to death. The Monaco game, I fell asleep. It was awful. And, but look, we have to give him some time and we have to let him build. There's building rubbish now. No, we are 11th, all right? Last season in January, I came on it and I said, let's sack Ange. We're doing awful. I take that back now. I think we should have kept him. Right now, if I could have season 3, I think I'd take season 3 at this point. I'm not saying I want Ange back, but it's got to be better than this Thomas Frank. We have more points this point last season, in a season we finished 17th, than we do right now. And that's another thing. He cannot go in one more, but that's still one more. He cannot be going into interviews saying, you have to remember we finished 17th. No, you have to remember that Ange won us a European Cup and you've done absolutely nothing, played boring football, you get booed off I'm done with it. No, I want him gone.
Charlie, do you think that Thomas Frank has kind of got off on the wrong foot with some of the supporters? Because a lot of the fans have criticised that there's been a lot of poor performances, but Thomas Frank has said he only seen maybe 3 or 4 bad performances, when maybe we think it's maybe close to 10. Do you think that saying things like that has maybe alienated his relationship with the Spurs fans? And do you think Pochettino coming back brings that connection back with the Spurs fans are missing, with that connection with a manager? We haven't had that really since Poch has left.
I don't think Thomas Frank got off the wrong foot with the Spurs fans until I think he came in and, at first you're a bit like, oh, Thomas Frank, I don't think this is going to be a very good appointment. And, we've all sort of grown and we all sort of like him at the very start, going into that Super Cup, the Burnley game, winning 3-0 and beating City 2-0. We're all liking him. But, he's making these comments in the interviews. He's got to take some responsibility. And, I remember I was watching one of the fan chats weeks ago. Someone said, I'm not sure we'll bother going back because if it doesn't go right, we might lose that connection. And I can understand if you're saying that about Ange Postecoglou. Pochettino won nothing. He achieved so much, but so little at the same time, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Bringing him back, he has that connection with the fans, even though he won nothing. And I think we can deepen it. You know, he was the perfect manager for Tottenham. We don't know what manager we need, but we hired Poch. We had the right one. And we looked so good. We played good football, and I loved it. I loved us under Poch. I loved going to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium watching games. The only game I remember not enjoying was the Sheffield United game when he got sacked. That is the only game I remember going to thinking, oh, that was a bit rubbish today. That's it. And I think there are a few other games in that season where it didn't go too well. But I remember some great games under Poch that I went to. And
Charlie, do you know what? It's funny how you should mention that Sheffield United game, because I remember before the match, I was actually interviewed on BBC TV, and they said, if it was a bad result today, does Mauricio Pochettino get the sack? And I said no. He's got more than enough credit in the bank to keep his job, and the manager needs backing. And it's funny because Gareth and I do the Premier League prediction shows every week, and we've often spoke this season about Liverpool's form and Arne Slot. Does someone like Arne Slot have enough credit in the bank winning the Premier League in his first season at Liverpool? They've had a poor start to this campaign. They've had a number of troubles there within the squad, Salah, etc. We could talk about that all night, but we won't. But when you talk about credit in the bank for a manager, it doesn't really exist in the modern game now, does it?
I think it should exist, and I think for some managers it has existed. I look back at Jurgen Klopp a few years ago when Liverpool were like 10th in the middle of the season, and it really wasn't going well because Klopp had achieved so much. They said, look, we'll give you your time, we'll let you rebuild. When we sacked Pochettino, we should have said, look, Poch, this isn't going well this season. Do what you can. Try get us into the Europa League as a minimum. If you can't do that, we're still going to give you the time. And next summer, we're going to give you all the money you need to buy all the players you want, and you rebuild this team. And the 5 years we've just had with you, they were absolutely brilliant. We did so well. We're going to have another 5 years where we get that, we do that bit more. We win those trophies. But no, we said, no, let's get rid of you. Let's bring in Mourinho. And maybe that'll work. No. Personally, Mourinho shouldn't have been sacked. That's a whole nother story. I definitely wouldn't have him back, though. He's also boring. I'd bring Poch back.
Charlie, you mentioned Poch, and Gareth, you've mentioned Poch as well today. When you think about when back in the day when Poch was sacked, and he talked about the mansion, and he talked about the furniture in the mansion. He was talking about the rebuild then in 2019. We are now what, 6 years on, 6+ years on. How do you feel that rebuild has been going? Because all we get told as Spurs fans, even from our own fans sometimes, is that we have to be patient. Yes, we've won the Europa League under Ange. It does seem a bit Chelsea-like. I said this at the time when we sacked Ange. It felt a bit Chelsea-like that. I've said for years. How can a manager win you a trophy and then you sack the manager? Yeah, I'll get the 22 league defeats, etc. And we could talk about the Ange Postecoglou sacking, whether it was the right decision, wrong decision. I know it's very, very mixed. But the rebuild, how long do we keep hearing that same term about rebuilds, about being patient? Because it does seem that Thomas Frank wants to create something. He wants to change the culture. These reports have come out today from the BBC and the Athletic. The club want to stick with Thomas Frank. We've had so many people on today, and I'm surprised. We normally get one or two fans, really for the manager. I don't think we've had anyone for the manager this evening. Everyone has been against the manager or extremely worried about our style of play, results, etc. Charlie, how do you actually feel, and what do you think is going to happen with Thomas Frank? Because what I should have asked some of the guests previously, and I'll ask you first, what needs to happen for you to change your mind about this manager?
So for me to think that he should stay?
Yeah.
He needs to win games. He needs to, this passing around the back. Dustin showed a good slide about Gray asking for the ball. But if you look where Gray's asking for the ball, he's, Sangare, who won it back, is nowhere near him. If Fakari gives him the ball there, he's probably got the time to make another pass. But he waits, and then look, he gives it to Gray. It's too late. Gray knows what's about to happen. Sangare comes in. He's been given an awful ball. Stop playing it around the back. We get it up there and push for a goal. We don't mess around with it like we have done. There's something I didn't like under Rand just messing around with it. I'm not, and all these, these interviews, he's better change his mood and his attitude towards the fans. If he is getting booed, then he probably deserves it. When I boo because they deserve it, and I want to show them, look, I'm here today. I want you to win, and you're playing awful. You're wasting my time. When we went 2-0 down to Fulham, when that chance, they almost made it 3-0 in the 11th minute. I basically stood up to leave. I was done. When it went 5-1 down against Liverpool last year, I'm not watching it. I'm fed up. I want to see us winning games. And if Thomas Frank can prove me wrong and start winning games and show us a light, a path that we can follow that's going to lead us to glory, to success, to what we want to see. I don't care really how bad the football is as long as we're winning games. But if you're going to play good, if you're going to lose games, at least do it playing good football. I'm not saying I want Tottenham to lose games. I'd rather win games boringly than lose games giving it a go. But, if you're going to bore the fans like this, I'm sorry, Thomas. It's time to go. For me, for it to change, we win games or we cut it off. It is unacceptable.
Charlie, last question for you. What's your score prediction for the Liverpool game? What are your expectations?
I think we're going to lose. That's what I'm going to really say on that. I want to say about Real Madrid quickly. I look at them when they have their managers. If I understand Tottenham like Real Madrid, and I'm probably going to sound like a fool saying this, but their manager starts doing badly. They're not top of the league. They don't look like they're in a position to win the Champions League. Their manager is sacked. Look at Xabi Alonso. He's lost 5 games so far, and he is under heavy, heavy pressure. Carlo Ancelotti comes in a few years ago, bang, instant change. And that change, it never stopped. They never stopped. That's something Andrew said. We never stop. They never stopped that run of form. They won 2 Champions Leagues, some La Ligas, I want to see Tottenham. We never stop. If it's going wrong, we change it. Because we've done this rebuild, and we keep talking about this rebuild, all right? The rebuild. Mourinho's meant to rebuild it. Failed, yes? Nuno, definitely failed. Conte, it never really kicked. It kicked off, and then it went back to how it was. Who was after Conte? Ange. He won a cup. That's, he didn't get his time. He deserved time, Big Ange. He deserved. You win your cup. Right, where's my credit? Like we keep saying, no, you don't get your credit. We want to compete on all fronts. We're not competing on any fronts this season. That's another thing I want to say. You want to come out with these comments, you back them up. None of these comments have been backed up. I'm so fed up of it now. And all this rubbish the board do. We start getting results. We start looking like a positive team again. If we can, we go back to playing like Ange. Score prediction, not like Ange, like Poch. Bring Poch back. I want to say bring in interim manager, bring in Matt Wells. He's a top coach, knows what he's talking about, understands the club. Have him till the end of the season and bring in Poch. Score prediction, it's going to be 3-1 to Liverpool. No, 3-0. We ain't going to score. We don't attack, so how are we going to score a goal?
Charlie, thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you. Sorry it was so negative.
You've got to say how you feel. That's what these shows are about.
Yeah, I want to come in here and say how I, enjoy watching Tottenham and how much I love it. At the moment, I'm struggling to make videos, struggling to these player ratings because I don't want to do it. I'm thinking this is awful. I don't want to think about Tottenham. I want to be elsewhere. But look, I don't want to go on. There's a lot of people waiting. Thank you guys for having me on. I'll speak to you soon. Thank you.
Brilliant, Charlie.
Cheers,
Thank
Charlie.
you.
Good, mate.
Wow, that kid's got some energy.
We're now going to go all the way to New Zealand to talk to Dave. Dave, how are you?
It's grim times, Chris. How you going, Gareth? In all honesty, I've not felt this bad heading into Christmas as a Spurs fan. It actually feels like we're bottom 3. That's how we're playing. Like everyone's touching on the results. If we get results, maybe Frank can turn it around. But it's not been the results. It's just been the performance. I've literally wiped my hands clean of Thomas Frank. There's no debate. It's just too conclusive. He's offered nothing for the club. He's made our young players and our experienced players worse. For my mind, I honestly think he's a mid-table spreadsheet manager who's playing to his handicap. And he has no feel for the game. I feel like Spurs have jumped on the wrong train and we're heading to the wrong destination. We've got to stem the bleeding. Like, it's just overwhelmingly in favour of him having to go. Like, normally it's not the manager. It's so easy to point it at the manager and go, oh, he's got the reins. He has to take responsibility, but it's not always the case. But my concern is, like, okay, they got rid of Ange, and I think the way they saw it is, okay, we finished 17th. They hit the panic button, but Ange knew what was happening. He knew we ended up 13 points clear of relegation, right? He put all his eggs in one basket and focused on Europe, which is fine. He knew we were going to get Champions League qualification, so it was a given. And he did that. You just think all those games after the Chelsea game where Madison and Van der Ven went off injured, and it was like just injury after injury after that. I think it was like 23 all on that for the rest of that season, and he was playing second fiddle side for all those Premier League games. So, like, Frank can't talk about last season. He can't bring it up. And, he mentions about a quick fix. There's not a quick fix. Well, guess what? Newsflash, Frank. Ange came in, created instant impact. Fans were singing about him, and he did have instant success. I just think it was the worst decision. But, you can't, it's hindsight. You can't look back and go, well, maybe should have done this, should have done that. But at the moment, I actually think he's lost the changing room. And I think that's a clear from not just the way they're playing. I just think the body language on the field, off the field. There was some really talented players in that squad, and I just feel like they've just really dropped their bags, and they're going, what are we doing here? There's no game plan. What's this guy doing? And for me, I just don't see any hint of progress or a flicker of hope.
Dave, does it concern you as a fan when Thomas Frank speaks in the media? He often gloats up the opposition, talks about what they're really good at. Well, it's Newcastle's brilliant home record, and it's going to be a really, really difficult game. And they've won their last 8 games at home. He's talked about it not being a quick fix. It's going to take a lot of time to get this competitive because we were 17th last year. It almost seems like his mindset in the media is very negative. Does that worry you as a fan when your manager's talking about a lot of negatives when really it's his job to give the fans some positives? Get us going into a game feeling like we can win. And my worry is in the changing room, do you think that's having an impact on the players that they're hearing their managers kind of speak negatively in the media, and it almost makes you second guess yourself? Does the manager believe in us as a group that we're good enough to go and win games?
Totally agree, Gareth. It's like he thinks we're not a top 6 club. I mean, the top 6 thing, that's all from points accumulated over however many years, right? Seasons. That's what qualifies as a top 6 club or whatever it is. And it just feels like, yeah, you're right. He's going in pessimistically with he thinks he's still with a mid-table club. It's like, actually, no, hold fire. We've got, this is a bigger club. We've got bigger expectations. We've got a fan base that demands a certain style of play. One, he's not delivering that. And you can't bring injuries into it because, like we've all talked about, he's brought in like, I'm not saying they're exactly the same quality, but pretty much like for like players. And Moani and Kudus and Tel we signed. It's just, I just feel like he's totally sending us. He's just giving us no hope at all. And for me, I just don't see any risk at all in taking a caretaker manager on now and just seeing it out because we're not going to play any worse.
Yeah.
Are we? I just feel like this is it's just inexcusable tactics or lack of, and I'm just like, it's just so alarming how bad we've been in so many games. And even the players, like even watching that Forest game, how someone's on the ball, someone should come in, there's no support players real close and they've got no confidence to turn out little spaces, little 1-2s. Where's that 1-touch, 2-touch football that we used to play, especially under Ange? There's that pressing's gone. That pressing, like we're all like as a unit. So unless Ange had a plan, right? I mean, you can say he started like leaking goals, but that was once we had. But he wasn't leaking goals in Europa. I mean, no, it's different opposition, but there's no way there's an excuse for what's going on. And yeah, I definitely think the players are picking up on the fact that Frank doesn't seem that confident. He's painted a big picture of these other clubs. And you think the teams that were beaten, like Brentford and Slavia Prague, were purely false hope. I knew following those results, I thought, he's actually given himself a lifeline. That's all it is. Like he's delayed this inevitable situation because Brentford were a massive off day. Slavia Prague, as we know, like a Conference League side. We've won one of our past 7 Premier League games. And he said the Forest game that we took a step back today. You know what? I don't actually think we've taken any steps forward since that City win, which followed PSG, right?
Dave, when we talk about the attacking intent, it's funny because I went up to that Newcastle game. I think the round trip, it took me 14 hours with traffic and everything. It was a long way there, a long way back. We had 2 shots on target. Of course, we got the point, a very, very positive point. It wasn't the most entertaining game for a Newcastle fan or indeed a Spurs fan, but we got the point. Romero scored a couple of goals. And then, of course, we went and beat Brentford. We were all asking for that attacking intent. We got that attacking intent against Brentford. And I remember saying, after the game on the podcast, that the only negative that day was the fact that we didn't score more goals because we should have scored a hatful. And the Slavia Prague game, same thing, 3-0, great attacking intent. I know a lot of people have said tonight that the opposition wasn't great, but you've got to beat the teams in front of you. And that week was a positive week. Point at Newcastle, 3 points in the Premier League, particularly at home. Hadn't won in the Premier League at home for 3.5 months. So, in fairness, it was a positive week. We all thought that this was going to be the start, build on that momentum, going to that Nottingham Forest game. And as Gareth rightly said earlier, before the game, and I saw the clip after the game, before the game, Thomas Frank said, we're going to be on the front foot, that attacking intent, etc., etc. He always seems very confident going into games like this. And then, of course, it is completely different. What worries me, and I'm trying to be really balanced here, the fact that one shot on target, the lack of attacking intent in games like this, where, a few people have said tonight, Nottingham Forest, near the bottom of the table. This is a game Spurs should be winning. This is a game that we should be dominating. And what also frustrates me as well is the amount of time in press conferences Thomas Frank has mentioned the word aggressive. Got to be aggressive. And we're not aggressive in a lot of these games. It does seem to be that we are too nice in some of these games. But let me ask you, do you see, if we have a good January transfer window and the likes of Dejan Kulusevski come back and we have a lot more options and Dominic Solanke come back? I know James Maddison's injury is a lot worse than those two. And, it's expected that he'll be back at the end of the season or the start of next. But with those creative players and a goal scorer in Dominic Solanke and an injection of a player or two of real quality that impact players, whatever you want to call them, in the January transfer window, can this dramatically change? And we'll look back at this show where everyone is being negative about the manager and we'll laugh about it, saying we can't believe that, so many people said this. Can this change dramatically, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I look at the fixtures ahead.
They give it the big build up there, Chris, don't they?
I just look at the fixtures ahead. I see potentially five out of the next 6 games we may lose. Even one of those, you think, we're away to Brentford, but Brentford, if they play anything like they did against Arsenal, they'll come up on top. The only one I think that we might win is Sunderland. I'm going up to the Villa game. I'm looking ahead towards the Villa game in the 3rd round, but Sunderland got all those players away at AFCON, and that's the only one I see is we may win that one. But that's at home again, right? Their game's at home form. So you ask about, would you still keep Frank on board maybe if we have an injection and, Kulusevski, like people have called it the phantom injury, like what's happening? And, I've said in a couple of posts online, I said, see you next season, Kulu. It just feels like he's not coming back. I'm like, there was talk he was supposed to be coming back months ago. I felt like, minor. So I don't know quite what's going on there, but it's not going to take Kulusevski and Dom to turn around the fortunes, because I feel like there's still a lack of belief amongst the existing players and all those squad players who he's made worse, in my mind. That's just not going to have us, you know, and that point, even when the transfer window does come around, we'll probably be in about 17th spot. If, you know, like, I'm expecting us to lose to Liverpool, probably like Charlie said, about 3-1. And away to Palace, I mean, they beat anyone on their day at home. You know, I just think that'll be too, they put so much pressure on us. So yeah, I just don't, you know, I just can't believe, I can't help but think about the selection process and the substitutions. You know, Richarlison was atrocious. I'm not sure if you've seen, but at exactly 64 minutes and 10 seconds into that game against Forest, he took one hell of a awful touch. And I'm like, they just summed him up. And I was like, they pulled players off at 59 minutes, including Spence for Davies, when we're 2-0 down. Hello, alarm bells there. What's he doing? Richarlison should have come off, like, put a Moani up front, and maybe like Noel said, at least give Johnson a go against his former team. Because, you know, that if you're ever going to step up and prove a point, you want to do it in front of your old fans, in front of your own club, you know. But I just, like, Palhinha didn't start him. He's been the best of all the midfielders that he's constantly rotating. Feels like it's we're on a it's like a mouse on a wheel. Suddenly he's gone for Gray. 3 starts in a row he's given him. But in all honesty, as much as I love to see the development of young players, he hasn't sold me. He hasn't given me anything to warrant a start in the past 3 games. He's not giving me anything, you know. Like, Moani was brilliant. Yeah, like people were saying Kudus. I think if Kudus had the right players around him, and if they were maybe a little bit closer, he'd be performing better. But why didn't he start Palhinha? I just don't get it, because Bentancur has been off it for so many games. He's at fault, and a lot of times, you know, I just don't get it. The games we've won have been against like Burnley, West Ham, Leeds, Everton, Brentford, all potential relegation sides. So we are like a relegation side at the moment. That's what it feels like we are. And we've got to stem the bleeding. And the transfer window, we're going to wait till that happens, and, you know, hope that maybe players who have got to come in and adjust to Spurs' way of playing. Who knows what that is, you might ask. That's not bright. I honestly think his ride's done. He's given us nothing to grab onto. We've got worse.
Yeah, Dave, obviously there's a lot of games now over the festive season. I think I counted there's 6 games, including the FA Cup game, before we play West Ham on the 17th of January. So there's a busy schedule of games there. You spoke about going to the Villa game. Do you feel that coming out of that festive period, I think it finishes at Bournemouth just before the Villa game in the FA Cup, the club will use these games to evaluate now and possibly put a contingency plan on if it doesn't improve over the next, because there's no hiding place now. There's going to be a game every 3 or 4 days between now and mid-January. The games come thick and fast, and if there isn't a change over the next sort of 2-3 weeks, do you think the club will act then and they'll try and maybe salvage the season?
Yeah, I think if anything, we got to hope anyway. Even after the Palace game, if we lose to Liverpool and Palace, that's 1 win in 9 games. Managers have been flicked for far less. But it's not just the results, you know. Like, I don't think we're relegation material right now. I think, you know, we can avoid that because there are 3 teams that are definitely worse than us, but we're like right above those. That's how bad it is. And I just think, it's just not going to improve the way it's going. I just don't. Yeah, it's just, I've lost all belief in him.
Well, Dave, do you remember we used to look at the teams? We used to think about, let's check how Man United have done, let's check how Liverpool have done, Arsenal have done. We're starting to look below us now. The last season and this season, you know, how have West Ham done? How have Brentford done? How have Brighton done? Because we're worried about slipping down that table, and that is something that's really, really wrong to me. a club this size should be looking upwards, not behind us nervously over our shoulder.
How's the online sales? Surely that's taken a hit. You know, are they thinking profits? I don't know what they make each year out of revenue of Spurs merchandise, but I don't know, building into Christmas, would kids be wanting to wear a Spurs shirt at the moment? My feeling is probably no. I'm like, it's dire. Like, and honestly, there's no risk in a caretaker manager because they're going to come in with, just to fill the void, they're going to come in with new beliefs and new direction, and the players will suddenly turn around and go, "Oh shit, this is better. I see what he wants from us. We can. That's a style of play we can adapt, and just we need someone to come in, and then once those injured players are back, there's no harm in, like, hey, we've been on this merry-go-round of managers coming and going. What's another one? I just don't feel like he's like, I so seriously think he's a spreadsheet manager. And he just talks about jewels after the game. How many times do you talk about jewels? It's not jewels.
Layers and principles.
Oh, it's so hard to listen to. You know, Andrew was everyone was really getting sick of listening to Ange trying to defend the media, but that's because he's defending himself. He had heart and soul, and he hates losing, right? It just feels like Frank's actually programmed the boys to go, well, don't expect too much today, boys, but give it your best.
It's like listening to a robot, isn't it, at times, with Thomas Frank?
Yeah, he's almost like morphed the players' beliefs into something that they shouldn't be. It's just horrible.
Dave, thank you so much for joining us. And like I've said to all the guests, we could talk to you all night about Tottenham. So thank you so much for your time and your input. And we'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good. Have a good Christmas. All right.
Cheers. And
Thanks,
you.
Dave.
Thank you. Right. We're now going to go to Tim, who has been waiting very patiently. Tim, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. How are you?
So you should be. I'm fine. I had this glorious presentation sorted out, but my dog ate it. It was all about the positive elements of Spurs, and dog ate it. So I'm gonna have to be miserable like the rest of you.
You should remember one or two positives, surely.
Oh, we got a really cool name. I think we got the best name in the Premier League. That's one thing. No, I'm going to talk about attitude actually, because I could whinge on about the team and performances and everything else. One of the last time I spoke last season was I was really struggling with the whole club, like the whole structure of the club, and I just got a feeling it's coming back to haunt us again. It just seems that the attitude throughout the club is really problematic. So I'll start with the players. There's been some really problematic attitudes this year. At the weekend there were. I remember towards the end of the game, Porro had gone up, lost the ball, and he didn't even bother running back. He was literally walking back, and I think putting his hands in the air, and what the hell's happening? Just the stuff with players walking off and hanging their heads, and the arguments with the crowd, and I've never seen the like of it. I've never seen a dressing room lose the crowd so quickly in my life. So there's the players and their attitude. I mean, just basically not passing the ball in a straight line, losing throws, just really simple stuff. And people saying, well, they've got to work things out. They're professional footballers. They train every single day to do this, and they can't pass a ball straight. And they're running down corridors. Anyway, I could moan about the team all day. I think I was quite positive about Frank when he came in, but it's just getting worse and worse. And the attitude, back to attitudes again, he seems so dry. It's like listening to the most boring physics lesson I had in about 1984 from the dullest man ever. Like you're saying, talking about shut up, Frank. I don't want to know about your hard pressing and what having your tackles and mid press, high press. Show some passion, son. You know, one of the things about this club that I grew up with is it's not just about the winning. It's about the glory of the game. There is no glory in this club at the moment. It's sucking the life out of me completely. I've been supporting this club for 50 odd years. And I was still, I was supporting them when they got relegated. It still didn't feel that bad, You know, at least we had Hoddle and other players who would do some things, and people looked like they were trying. People don't look like they're trying. The players say they get an affiliation with the manager. Like last year, oh yeah, we love Ange and we're fully behind him. Half the time, it didn't look like they were playing for him at all. And the same has carried on this year. So I'm really worried about the general atmosphere of the club. The quality of the dressing room in terms of the general attitude seems to have been pretty poor for quite a number of years. I'll throw aside the 10 weird magical games when Ange first came in, when I was still up on the shelf, because that just seems like a slight fairy tale that happened for 10 games. Apart from that, I think the attitude from the players has been pretty weak. A lot of heads fall quickly. No one's, when they do seem to show some passions, like Mickey shows some passion, he wants to kick 7 bells of shit out of someone rather than actually controlled passion. And same with Romero, which leads me on to my last bit, which is the club. What's the constant here is the club and the same senior management who are sitting over, literally sucking the glory out of my team year by year by year. And as I say, I was quite keen on Frank, but are we killing managers? Is it us rather than the managers? Is it the system? Is it the corporate nature of it? Because I tell you what will change their mind really quick. A, the money when people stop coming, or B, the chance of getting relegated. So they better get their bloody act together very quickly. I think they've got those 7 games until Aston Villa, including Aston Villa, is the cut-off, I think.
Tom, you mentioned the attitude of the players there, and it's going back, you mentioned last year as well. Do you think, I coach myself at youth level, and, if a player's got a bad attitude or if he's acting out in training, you make an example of him or you drop him out of the team, or and you speak to him privately or whatever. Do you think at the minute that there's a discipline issue there that, players, if for example, we've seen at Chelsea, some of the players sort of dismissed Frank and kind of went off. Is that where a strong manager makes an example of players? We've seen Jed Spence yesterday, body language looked particularly poor. So my question would be, is Thomas Frank a strong enough character to control a dressing room like this? Has he got the experience?
Especially from yesterday, when the last press conference was, he was kind of looked like steam was coming out of her ears, and he reminded you of a really disappointed dad who wouldn't shout at you but go, "I'm very angry," but like a really crap dad. Like a really crap one who go, "I'm very angry with you and I'm disappointed with you." When you want to say to him is, "Shut the F up, sit down and do as you're told." And that's the sort of thing I want to happen to people like Porro, who just walked back yesterday, Spence, who just dissed him in the middle of the pitch, sit him on the bench. I'd rather play an academy player.
I don't think the players respect him enough, and I think that's a massive issue. If you've got a dressing room there that doesn't respect, if you look at Thomas Frank's CV, it's not the best CV in the world, and some of these players, at Brentford, he didn't have sort of top internationals they manage. You think about Romero, World Cup winner, Van de Ven, one of the best upcoming defenders around, Pedro Porro, Spanish right back international, and you can go through the whole squad, and some of them are like spoiled brats, and some of them actually think they're better than what they are. But I think when you think about Ange's CV as well, where he came from, Celtic, Australia, out in Asia, there wasn't a gluten CV there. So I think, and we heard when Graham Potter was at Chelsea, funny enough, the players actually used to make jokes behind his back, calling him Harry Potter because they didn't really respect him. And I just wonder, are these managers, have they got the chops to manage a club like Tottenham? Would Thomas Frank have got the Liverpool job? Would he have got them? Apparently interviewed for the Man United and Chelsea jobs and was turned down. So that would worry me. And has he got the level of respect of senior players at this club that he can command his restroom and make big decisions? And at the minute, like you pointed out, Tom, it doesn't look like he's got that ability to do that. And if you haven't got that, and the players aren't respecting you, they're not going to be performing on the pitch for you.
No, I'm going to go to disappointed dad stage with my children. I'm really disappointed because I thought he did. I thought he would have that kind of slight gravitas, calm, dealing with everything. But actually what seems to have happened is he's not got the strength to sit someone on the bench and go, I don't care whether you're an international player. If you, for instance, like I'm going to pick on Pedro again. But that text about proper Spurs fans, go do one, son. Sit down now and shut up. And I don't want to see anything from your social media account for 2 weeks. You're on the naughty step. Or, you know, I tell you what really annoyed me recently.
A lot of them, though, Tim, a lot of them don't post. After a game like yesterday, a lot of them will not post.
Good. And so they shouldn't. And maybe there should be a standing order. Don't post when you lose. Don't say sorry. I don't want to hear sorry. Back to naughty dad again. I don't want to hear your sorries. Just play properly. I don't want to know. You know, I think one of the things that really annoyed me recently, and it was something really minor, it was an interview with some of the boys, and they were going, oh, who's like the best player in the dressing room, and who's like the most of a laugh? And everyone, oh, it's Richie. And I don't know why. I just went, oh, come on. I don't want him to be. I want him to be hard as nails and like concentrate on his job and not stop larking and mucking around. And that's what it feels like. It feels like a game in the sense of playing Cluedo rather than the glory of the game, working hard, engaging with the crowd. And, you know, if they're saying, oh, well, you know, it's very quiet, you know, at the Lane these days. I'm still going to call it Lane. Do what you like. The reason it's very quiet is no one's got anything to shout about. We try and up the volume in there, and we try and put some atmosphere in there, and then it's sucked straight back out of us because someone's been a moron. It just feels like, you're right, there's no great respect, I don't think, for the club in itself, let alone the manager. I just feel like people are taking a buck and that'll do. Show me some players that are not. Maybe the younger ones. I tell you what, I respect someone like Bergvall, who seems to work hard. Some of the younger ones, even Archie, I'll let him make a mistake because he's 19 years old, for God's sake. But stick Donnelly up front. Stick someone, you know, Scarlett. Play some kids who've got some passion and actually love the club.
Tim, lastly, let me ask you a similar question that I asked a couple of previous guests about possible, you know, turnarounds under Thomas Frank. You know, what needs to happen for you to be happy again? Because, you know, Thomas Frank said this is not a quick fix. You know, some fans have said, look, a manager needs time, he needs patience, he needs the tools, he needs the players. You know, we've heard from the Lewis family, you know, sources connected to the Lewis family, that they are very much on board, that they want to back this manager. They want it to work. That, yes, there's a lot of fan frustration. You can tell by the nearly 3 hours that we've recorded on this show so far that, you know, a lot of very unhappy fans. You know, we haven't liked the football that we've seen. But what do you make of Thomas Frank's comments? And also, can he turn this around? Because you mentioned about the players. You know, whatever problems you've got at a football club, you're never going to sack 5-10 players. It's always going to be on the manager. Always going to be on the manager.
Yeah. Can he turn it around? I think he can, but it'll take a huge amount of work. I don't like. Okay, sorry, we're back about attitude again. I don't like all the negative speak all the time. Oh, it's going to take a long time. It's going to be a hard journey. Yeah. We know all that. Just actually big up our game and stop telling us how bloody hard it is. You're getting paid a lot of money to do a really hard job. I think he needs to buck up his attitude and know that he's working for what is one of the richest sides in the world. I don't care if we're supposed to be top 6 or not. We're a really big side internationally. So he needs to know that and know that actually he's disappointing us. So I think it would need to turn around very, very quickly, just both in terms of attitude. And if they're going to play crap, they're going to have to get results. I tell you what, I looked at the next 7 games up to that Villa game, and for one of the first times, possibly the only time in my Spurs career, I thought there's a potential for losing every single one of those games. Every single one. The one that we could get something out of is Sunderland, and they're playing really well. I can't remember ever thinking we could potentially lose the next 7 games. I'm sure we'll grab something here and there, but there is a strong potential that we could. And I don't think that bodes well for my views on whether Frank can turn it round. I think he's got a very short period of time now. And I'm not one of those get people out quickly. I want people to have time and to do it. The trouble is the direction of travel is really, really poor. When your XG for the whole season is below 1 a game, You do not stand a chance in the Premier League. So tightening things up, etc., is fine, but you've got to score a bloody goal. And you're not. What happens is you make a mistake, and then you've got no way of getting back in the match. So I can understand what you're saying, and I was very similar, saying let's tighten things up and make it nice. But the problem is, if then you cannot score a goal and your XG is so low, then what are you supposed to do? I'm not sure he can turn it around, because he's going to have to do it so quickly and so remarkably. I can't understand how he starts off quite well and then it goes down the toilet. Something's happened to make this happen, because something's not right there at all.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully you can join us on the podcast again very soon.
Give me a shout and I'll see you guys.
Thank you,
soon.
Tom. Cheers.
Thank you.
See you later, guys.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right, we're now going to go all the way to Australia to speak to Phil. Phil, how are you?
Not too bad. Sorry I missed the last couple of fan shows. I'd been in hospital and I was still in better condition than Tottenham.
Well, we hope everything is okay with you personally. But how are you feeling right now? How are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? You've probably heard a lot of the guys speak already about Thomas Frank in particular. Let me go straight in there. Do you think that Thomas Frank can turn this around? Because actually, let me ask you this question: if you were Thomas Frank, would you think that there is this much criticism from the fan base? Do you think he knows how much criticism there is at the moment amongst the fans?
I don't think he does, because you get different managers, they've got different personalities, and he's got, he doesn't seem to understand the passion behind it. We've spoken before. I've always say when I go and see Tottenham play, I want the man of the match to be the opposing team's goalkeeper. Why? Because we've been attacking. When I play, and he doesn't seem to recognise that. It's got in his plans in and all the rest of it, but it's like when he makes a substitution, he brings out the Encyclopedia Britannica and gives the volume to the player. It's, I think he's too technical on that. And if you see the way the team plays represents the manager's views on things. And if there's no passion on the field, that represents the manager. I used to be a manager of a Burnley Inn. That shows how old I am. And they used to... So my staff and the service we provided represented what I did for them.
A manager where, sorry?
Burnley Inns, steakhouses. Never heard of it? Famous Brahma steaks. And it's and the staff represent the manager and the restaurant. And it's the same with football. Do you notice it goes so slow? When we're trying to take a throw on, and I'm not talking about the long throw ons, there is no movement. There is no off the ball movement. And if there's no off the ball movement, the player on the ball has got nowhere to give it to. And why do we have this attitude of having a left-footed winger on the right-hand side? Why not try Kudus on the left? He's on the right and he's constantly trying to go inside to cross it. Well, get on the other side and maybe put Johnson on the right. And what is it? Do they practice crossing the ball? Maybe they don't like crosses because they're all vampires. I don't know, but they are terrible. Crosses have been diabolical. Sorry, I thought I'd get a few puns in. I want to, And
well, what are the positives that you're seeing? Is there any positives at the moment? And from Thomas Frank's perspective,
I've tried that line. I've tried that line already.
Yeah.
Well,
what How does he turn this around? How does he, because we've all been very critical tonight, and of course we have to be honest, but we don't want to see another change of manager. So what needs to change between now and the new year? And how does Thomas Frank get the Spurs fans back on site? Because we might be able to win a game, but if it's a crap performance and it's only kicking the can down the road until the next game, and then it's another bad performance, how does this change for the long term under Thomas Frank, in your opinion?
The attitude of going out on the field and attacking your opposition. As one of your other callers said, for Christ's sake, they had their sub goalkeeper on at Nottingham Forest, and he didn't have a shot he had one shot to save from Gray. We didn't exactly test him. When I play board games with my kids, or when I used to, I try to beat the shit out of them. I wouldn't give any way whatsoever. Yeah? You want to play Monopoly? The only way you can play Monopoly is you have to buy properties and develop the properties with your houses and your hotels. Well, we're not developing anything. Simmons manages to carry stuff and anything, but there's no one running anywhere to give him options. They're all statues. And I don't understand it. Frank did the positive. He managed to organise our defence. And he organised it in such a way that we're still letting in goals.
Yeah.
And Vicario, great shot stopper. And goalkeepers make mistakes. Players make mistakes. The only reason Vicario gets it worse is because he's the goalkeeper, and usually a goalkeeper's mistake ends up in a goal. That's why it's highlighted more. But it's also the chopping and changing. Players, Xavi, once he started playing a couple of games, and Odegaard was the same thing, start to get into a system. And you're probably texting something very funny on the private chat, and I'm not looking at it.
Phil, he's been doing it all night.
Has he? And also writing messages, yeah? That's why we can't see his hands. So they got... The thing is, I don't want to see Frank going. It reminds me, and here we go, we're going back into the past. When I was a kid in the 70s and 80s, there was a crime American program called Petrocelli, and he was a lawyer. And at the end of every episode, he's in the middle of the desert building his house. And the next episode, when he's building his house, it was at the same stage or worse, as though someone had gone and nicked all the bricks. Yeah. And I don't want to see another rebuild. You can't keep rebuilding every 2 years. They've chose that manager, and they've got to use it. But he's got to, maybe they need to sit him in a room, put on all the Tottenham DVDs of what we were doing, how we were doing it, and how we've done it throughout our history. And as I think Dave's, Tim, I think said when we were in the second division and we went down, we even beat Liverpool at home that season when we went down, because they were still fighting. And the point is, they're not fighting. You've got a cockerel on your shirt, and you should have fighting for that. You can't expect... What else has he typed? I'll have a look at that later. It's a great shame. I mean, the thing is, when you go to Tottenham, you're going in the day. When I go to watch Tottenham, it's the middle of the bloody night, or 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you know what that is like?
Bill, I've said, whenever I've gone on these tours to Australia, America, wherever Spurs are in the world, and I've gone there, I tell you what, full respect to anyone, in those time zones. I've spoke to people where they've got up at 2, 3, 4 in the morning and then gone to work straight after, having watched a Spurs defeat, getting up at these silly hours. So full respect to however someone supports Tottenham Hotspur, because I would never, ever, say someone who's a bigger fan than somebody else, because deepest respect for what people do around the world on how they watch Tottenham, and whether they're watching on the TV at silly hour in the day. It's crazy, and full respect to you.
Well, this is why I look like I do. I'm only 16. It drives you mad, We never, even when we play well and we're winning a game, we've always got to let a goal in, so that we've got to stress for the last 5 or 10 minutes. You can never enjoy it. It'd just be nice to relax and enjoy him knocking around. He's got to understand, Frank, that it's an attacking game. The idea of the game, the simplest game in the world, is to put the ball in the opponent's goal. But the only way you're going to do that is to be up that end and stop pissing around, knocking it back and forward. The opposition love it. It's great. I can have a rest because they're doing bugger all. We're nowhere near their penalty areas. And
Phil, can I give you this point here from King Hoddle? Why are you putting it all on Thomas Frank? And I don't think King Hoddle means just you. I'm sure King Hoddle means that a lot of people have been putting it all on Frank. And Happiness 20150 says, I fully agree. There will be some people saying, why is all of the blame on Thomas Frank? I know we've had some guests on this evening, and Gareth spoken about this as well, about the players are responsible, but ultimately it always ends up at the manager's doorstep and on the manager's head, because they are fronting it. They front the press conferences. They make the decisions for the team. And I go back again of, if us fans saw positive signs game by game, week by week, then a lot of us would be sitting here going, no, actually, this, X, Y, and Z, we were very happy with this, because I tried to pick out a lot of positives. And I've said this on the show already, that it was a really positive week. Going up to Newcastle, yes, it wasn't the most entertaining game, but as a result, that was a fantastic result for us to go up to Newcastle, St James's Park, where they'd been winning game after game at home. And then going into that Brentford game, Slavia Prague game. And then I think some of us actually believed that we would have that momentum. We would go to Nottingham Forest and give them a really good game. Particularly, you hang on to the positives as well, particularly that we've had a really good away record this season. You expected a lot more, particularly where Nottingham Forest are in the league table as well. But, I know one of the journalists said to Thomas Frank as though like it was going to be an easy game at Nottingham Forest. And then Thomas Frank stopped him and said, you think it's going to be an easy game? It's not going to be an easy game. It's going to be a very tough game. But before the match, Thomas Frank then said about, we're going to be on the front foot. It's going to be attacking football, and then we don't see it. So, yes, there are going to be positive fans. How positive would you say you are in perhaps, can he turn it around? Can a lot of Spurs fans be wrong? Because normally when the majority, and I would say it is the majority, particularly after that performance and result of Forest on Sunday, the majority are very, very doubtful right now. Where do you sit?
I felt it was a step back against Notts Forest. He seemed to go back to his old negative ways. You've got to remember, Tottenham supporters have got very strong opinions for the love of the club. And we can always say that we put it on the manager. Well, if you have a bus crash, do you blame the passengers or do you blame the driver? And Frank is the driver. Yeah, he is telling them how to play, where to go, and everything else. And we've seen the same players win the Europa League What's he typing now? And he's there. Remember, I can see your private chat. He's a strong enough opinion to get in there and straighten them out. Or if they are doing what he says, he must be the only happy man in Tottenham. He can't. The point is, look at his substitutes.
Yeah,
we're losing 2-0. And he puts the same type of players on. He didn't create anything different. Yeah.
Phil, someone is asking here, what's on your t-shirt? Is it a Spurs t-shirt you've got on?
No, it's Batman. I like to put my pants on outside my trousers. Because unfortunately, Tottenham don't supply shirts that fit me. Yeah,
well, if Thomas Frank was sacked, do you think we would have the same problems with a new manager? Because we've been through a lot of managers over the last number of years. Yes, there's flaws in Thomas Frank, like he pointed out, but would you be confident that the next man could turn our fortunes around, or would it be our bus crash?
No, I don't want Frank sacked. I want him to learn from his errors and to get on with, get on with realizing what he's doing wrong and to fix it. He's a manager. Manage the situation. What's he put?
So you're still with the manager? You're still with the manager for now?
I think we got to, because you can't keep chopping and changing. I didn't want Postecoglou to go. He deserved that extra year, and then they sacked him. And all this thing about information from, what's his name? Who's the CEO? What's his name?
Vinay Venkatesham.
Vinay.
Yeah. What information are we getting? I mean, the thing is, we're saying, well, we hope we get Dom back and we get Kulusevski back. Haven't played for nearly a year. They're not going to come back and some sort of magic's going to happen.
Yeah. It will take time.
It's going to take time for them to get up and running again. You can't depend on that. But he's got to make a settled tide.
Still, last question, a very quick one for you. Give me a score prediction for the Liverpool game.
Well, let's see. Notts Forest happily, we gave them some Christmas presents this year early. Liverpool, it's the season for miracles. 5-0 to Tottenham.
Love it. Well, Phil, I can't believe the subject we've covered while you've been on. Steakhouses, board games, DVDs, and Batman. Incredible. Phil, thank you so much.
That's why I run trivia nights.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your Christmas, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, Phil.
You have a good Christmas. See you later.
Cheers.
Bye.
Gareth, honestly, the subjects we cover on these fan shows, I always say this to Craig, quite incredible. Right, we're now going to go back. I know. We're going to the last couple of guests now. We're now going to go to New Zealand again, as Josh is on holiday from Melbourne in Australia. Josh, hello. How are you? Oh, Josh, we can't hear you. He's waited all this time and we can't hear him. No, Josh, keep trying, and I'll ask Gareth a quick question. Gareth, what have you made of the fan show so far? And are you surprised? We haven't had any people speak really positively about Thomas Frank, which I'm actually surprised about.
Yeah, I mean, Phil's probably the only one that's kind of wants him to stay on at the moment. But the reason that Phil kind of wants him to stay on is because he's sick of chopping and changing managers. And I think the Thomas Frank sort of supporters, the ones that want to keep him in the job for a bit longer, are for the same reasons, because it can't be about positives, Chris, that we're seeing on the pitch, because as every guest has pointed out, there's very, very few positives. So I think at the minute a lot of people are just sick of change, and that's maybe why they want to keep him. They want to keep him in the job a little bit longer and hope it turns around. But at the moment, Chris, it's like you said and what we says earlier on, it's hope more than expectation that it will change under Thomas Frank at the minute. The evidence points to it getting worse every week. And I do kind of think a lot of people were saying there 6 or 7 games. I think it's more likely Chris has got 2 or 3 games left to save his job. I think by January the 1st, going on to that Brentford game, I think if he loses that and has lost to Liverpool and Crystal Palace, that'll probably be it. But I'd be interested to see what Josh has to say about it.
Let's bring Josh in. Josh, fair play to you wanting to talk to us whilst on holiday. How are you?
Oh, you know what? I'm enjoying the holiday because it's taken my mind off Tottenham for a little while. It's nice and sunny here, birds are singing, and I think it's just a far cry from what's happening on the other side of the world in North London. But good to be here, boys.
Josh, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? Because you've been in the green room for some time there. You've listened to a lot of what others have had to say. Do you agree with a lot of them? Do you disagree with what some have said so far?
You know what? To be honest, there's nothing there that I disagree with from the Spurs fans. I just think that it has been quite pessimistic, and to be honest, rightfully so from the form that we've been in. I think for me, there's definitely things that I'd want to criticize about Tottenham, and then I think I might get onto the positives a little bit later. I think you've been crying out to hear a little bit of positive from Tottenham, so I'll try to give that to you.
Bring it, Josh, bring it.
Oh, Josh.
I'm going to start with the negatives. I'm going to start with the negatives first, and then I think we'll move there and end on a better note. Just quickly on Frank, I'm in the same boat as everyone. I think we were all expecting someone who would be a little bit tactically flexible. I've heard plenty of people talking, and you hear it in his press conferences all the time, about wanting to be aggressive, wanting to be pressing it on the front foot, and his phases of build-up and all that jargon that he throws out. To be honest with you, I don't think we've seen a lot of it so far. Probably for one reason or another. I think on the tactical side of things with Frank, a lot of his teams play this rigid system of football. And it's a far cry from what we saw under Postecoglou, where there was a little bit of fluidity in the team. There was definitely a lot more freedom for players to get up the pitch and change positions with certain players. And I think, especially with that midfield we've got, we are hurting so much with not having Maddison and Kulusevski, which I'll get onto a little bit later. But it just feels like a team that is completely and utterly devoid of any confidence whatsoever. And they're just afraid of taking risks. And to be honest with you, I don't blame the Spurs fan base for booing. I'm sure if I was there, I'd be definitely feeling the frustration too. But I definitely don't think that it helps the team. I think the team needs to just feel free to take risks. And we haven't really seen that an awful lot under Frank. We saw it a lot more under Ange with this gung-go style of football. And yes, you can't go too much of either way, but there's just been no freedom to move around the pitch. And every time somebody tries to get past their man or take on the game a little bit, it's lost in possession, and you can hear the groans in the stadium. And I think that it gets to the players. And, we've heard things about players wanting to come out and, I think there was something about them wanting to group up at halftime and walk off the pitch together in solidarity. But it doesn't help when what we're seeing on the pitch isn't what we want as a club. It's in the motto to dare to do. Even Frank come in saying, taking no risks is a risk itself. And I don't think he's taken any sort of attacking risk at all. It just seems like our focus is solely on the defense. And even that we can't even really boast about, right? And we've been letting in goals way too often. I'm thinking the PSG game, we were very lucky to get away with just 1-0 in Monaco. I'm pretty sure that's the score, and correct me if I'm wrong, boys. But yeah,
0-0.
There we go. Sorry, 0-0. It's just been completely devoid of any confidence, and it's coming from our young players who are giving us any creativity. And even they can't even really get much of a game. I'm thinking of guys like Tell, who's been reduced to a couple of bench appearances at this point. Bergvall, Gray, Odegaard. These are young players that, yes, they need time to be able to play. But they're not really being given it. I think maybe only Bergvall and Gray in recent times I can really think of who have been getting into the side a little bit more consistently. But it's from our senior experienced players, and we're not really. Oh, and Xavi too, by the way, nearly forgot him. But it just feels like a team that is not on the same page and just completely devoid of any freedom that we saw under Ange.
Josh, can I ask you very quickly before you move on to the positives about Spurs sacking Ange? Every Australian report that I read, they were very unhappy that Spurs sacked Ange Postecoglou, and the media really hit out at Tottenham. What have you found the mood to be like? And even, I suppose, the people that don't even really follow the English Premier League, what do they make of it? Because everyone would have known in Australia that, Ange Postecoglou manages a team in England, just won a trophy, and then the team, give him the sack. What's been the mood since then?
To be honest with you, he's from the same town that I'm from in Melbourne. And obviously when that happens, you have a huge uproar of people that are saying it was the wrong decision, it was the wrong time. I mean, let's be real. He's the only manager since 2008 to have won a trophy. And we've had some real stars walk into the club and try and do the same thing. I'm thinking of guys like Mourinho and Conte, probably most notably, and not even they could get the job done, obviously under different circumstances and other things. But I think fair to say the mood, especially in Australia, was that it was the wrong decision. Me personally, I think I would have liked to have seen a third season, but I'm not naive to the fact that we finished 17th in the league. The form towards the back end of that season was terrible, excluding the obvious European games that we were winning. It just felt like, and to be honest with you, it felt like the dressing room was even more connected. Like we were getting battered even more than probably what we are now. But I didn't feel at any point that he lost the dressing room or that players were dropping tools. It just felt like the players gave everything to him. And if I'm thinking now 7 months later under Frank, we've seen incidents with Van der Ven walking off the pitch just a couple of days ago with Jed Spence and throwing his toys out the pram. It's just a far cry from what we saw 7 months ago. And you talk about it all the time, Chris, the joy that cup gave to so many people around the world was incredible. It was so incredible. And you just thought at that time that's the time to kick on. That's really the time to then stamp our authority. And even the board too. I mean, they mentioned wanting to compete on all fronts, as to quote them. And I just think some of the players that we've got are average at best. We have a couple of stars in our team, Van der Ven, Romero. But apart from those, and maybe even Simmons too, if he can continue to develop. But apart from that, there's nothing else that I'm really holding on to. But yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. I just think we have a lot of business to do in the summer. In January. I think we definitely need to strengthen that left wing position. We are crying out for a left winger anywhere near Son's quality that since we've lost him. Otterbear's on the younger side, but I just feel like we need someone experienced, someone like even Semenyo to come in, but who knows what happens there. I think we're crying out loud for a striker too. I don't think Richarlison is anywhere near good enough. I think Solanke could possibly fill that gap for the meantime, but and even Colin Mawani too, but we're just lacking someone who has a confidence in front of goal to take the chances and put them in the back of the net.
Josh, how do you think the board will be feeling regarding the January transfer window that you mentioned coming up? Because, in the summer, they did spend £60 million on Xavi Simons, roughly £60 million on Mohamed Kudus. Koulibaly's come on loan on big wages as well. Matisse Tell's loan move was made permanent for around 30 million. So there's around 150 million that was given in the summer. And we're not seeing any improvement on last season. In fact, if you listen to a lot of the guests tonight, they think we're actually regressing as a side. So where does that put Thomas? And you look at the form of the team, and there's a lot of scrutiny from the fans around Thomas Frank. What kind of position does that put Thomas Frank in when he knocks on the board's door and says, look, I need funds to strengthen this team in January? And they've says, well, look, we've give you funds in the summer and you're not getting the best out of these players. Why should we give you any more? How do you think that whole recruitment process between now and the next few weeks and getting ready for January will be going between the manager, the director of football, the technical director, and obviously the money men and the Lewis family that provide the funds?
I think the form that they're in right now just speaks to the fact that we are desperate for some fresh players to come in and bring new ideas into the club. I'd like to think the board would like to back him. I mean, we paid I think it was around it was a fair few million just to get him to break his contract with Brentford and then bring him over to Tottenham. So I think to not back him now would be a mistake. I know that there will be fans that say otherwise, absolutely, and rightfully so. But I just think when we've spent money to bring in Frank into the club, he hasn't. Okay, we've brought Simmons in, but there was a reason why Morgan Gibbs-White and Eze were both looked at ahead before him. One, they're much more experienced than what he is, and two, they've been Premier League proven stars that were ready at the time to come straight into the squad and affect it, especially with Maddison and Kulusevski out. And we brought in a young, I say this very lightly, but inexperienced young player who's yet to get to grips with the Premier League. I think he's starting to get the gist of it, but he was never going to hit the ground running, 10 goals, 10 assists by halfway through the season. So I'd like to think the board will back Thomas. There's rumors of this 100 million that's been thrown around and is there in the January to spend. I just wonder, with our current form and where we are in the league table, who at all we go and sign. They've been rumored with Semenyo for weeks, but I think that is starting to die off a little bit. And to be honest, I can't see him wanting to join us over other clubs like Liverpool, City. Apart from that, I'm not really going to cross many of the other names that we're linked to at the minute, but I struggle to see who we get, if at all, in the summer. I know that in January there is money to spend. I am aware of that, but I just, to be honest with you, I'm really not awfully sure.
Josh, what's your score prediction for the Liverpool game? How do you think that one's going to go?
Are you talking about what my head's feeling or what my heart's feeling?
Give us both.
I think my head wants to believe probably 2-1 to Liverpool. My heart's going 3-0 to Tottenham.
Yeah. Josh, who have you been most impressed with this season? Because we often talk about star players, and I've often spoke about, you go from the forward line of like Heung-min Son and Harry Kane to now the forward line that we've got, and is very different in terms of quality, very different in terms of goal output, assists, etc. Who have you enjoyed watching this season? Because I think it's fair to say as well that we need that injection of more quality and more star players and more flair players that are going to get you off the edge of your seat.
To be honest with you, I think up until recently, I was waiting for Simmons to have his moment and to get a little bit of shine. I think especially in the last week or so when we against Brentford, against Slavia Praha, he started to really put his foot into the team. And for me, I personally love seeing young players break into a side and really show their quality. So I think for me, Simmons is up there. I just hope that he can continue this run of the confidence that he's starting to build and the run of form that he's in a little bit, and just use that to carry him forward. But for me, I like Javi Simmons. I think I've seen a little bit that excites me as well from Bergvall as well. I just like the fact that he's so young. He always wants to try and move on the front foot and to play, like, just inject the creativity into the team that we're missing at the moment with Maddison and Kulusevski out. And I think also, maybe not so up until recently, but even Mohamed Kudus as well. I think there's a reason why there's an over-reliance on him. I just think he brings something different to the team that we probably didn't have for a long, long time, especially out on that right. I think now players are starting to figure him out from other teams, and you see the double up or even sometimes 3 players on him just to try and shut him out of a game single-handedly. I think that speaks volumes of the quality that he has to affect teams in games and just bring confidence to the side that it seems like we're missing at the moment.
Josh, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your holiday, and let's hope that Spurs can start winning again and get us all smiling and feeling a lot more positive about the football club. But thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully we can talk to you again very soon.
Absolutely. Cheers, boys.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. See you later, mate.
Gareth, Josh mentioned Javi Simmons there. I spent the day with David Bentley, former Tottenham Hotspur star, on Sunday, going up to the Nottingham Forest game and watching the game with him. And we were talking about Javi Simmons. He is very excited about Javi Simmons, and he actually come out with a massive statement to me and said, Javi Simmons will be as good as Luka Modric. And I looked at him and said, that is one hell of a statement. And he went, Chris, I'm telling you, This player, Xavi Simons, he is going to be an absolute superstar at Tottenham. What do you make of that statement?
Well, look at Modric when he first came on. The Spurs took a bit of an adjustment period. It was only really towards the second half of that second season where he's seen the best of Modric, and he actually played out left for quite a bit. And then, of course, Bale come on the scene, really. You know, not the Gareth Bale we've seen at the very start, because obviously he was there for a couple of years and he had that horrendous record. I think it took him 24 games to be on the one inside. But the Gareth Bale that went on to do the things against Inter Milan, and obviously he got his move to Real Madrid. Obviously that position became Bale's and Modric has moved inside. So there's definitely, Chris, there's no doubting that the kid's got ability. He's got a lovely touch, a great swagger about him. I like the fact that he's quite tenacious. He likes to get stuck in. And I think at the minute he is hurting because the team's not performing. I do think, and look, I'm not saying he should have been dropped yesterday, but I think that Forest game was always going to be very difficult for him. And I think Jamie Carragher referenced that in the build-up to the games on Sunday, when they were previewing all the games, that he says these are the games that Xavi Simons might struggle on just because of the physicality of Nottingham Forest and away from home.
I agree. I agree, Gareth. Yeah. But going into that Nottingham Forest game, we had won every game since Xavi Simons has signed. We'd won every game with him starting in a game. So when you see those sorts of stats, it's very difficult not to put a player like that in. And it's funny because when we talk about lack of creativity, this is exactly why we bought Xavi Simons. So I get the physicality and I get the aggressive side of the game. Yeah.
So obviously at home on Saturday against Liverpool, you would expect to see a more Xavi Simons like performance. And look, let's be honest, the team was poor, so it's very, very difficult for him to completely run a game when he's only in the door here a few months. He is quite a young player. What is he, 21? So he's going to improve, and Xavi has one for the future as well. You know, where's he going to be in 2 years' time? Is he going to be one of the best players in the Premier League? That's what we would hope. And I think Josh made a great point. Xavi Simons has got great potential, but if you look at someone like a Morgan Rogers or a Morgan Gibbs-White or an Eze, they're probably more for the here and now. Morgan Rogers was obviously young as well, but he's got that Premier League experience and he's having an unbelievable season. You know, for Aston Villa at the minute, and he's probably the reason why Villa are so high in the table. I think it's unfair for us to sort of expect Xavi to work wonders this season, but as long as we're seeing little glimpses, and we have seen little glimpses over the last few games, that he is starting to find his feet. But look, he needs support around him. We need to see that strong base behind him. And I think what's not helping Xavi Simons is he's been out on the left. He's been moved on the midfield now again. He's had different partners behind him. He hasn't had that solid base. And you know yourself, Chris, any walk of life, but especially in football, it's all about relationships in football. And Spurs haven't really developed those relationships under Thomas Frank, and that will definitely not help someone like Xavi Simons because he needs that solid foundation behind him for him to be able to go and do his butt. He's almost got that free role. But I do think we've seen in recent weeks there is going to be a star player there, but it might just be a bit of a slow burner, and we might get a little bit of inconsistency with him. But I think Xavi Simons is the least of our problems at the moment. I think there's many more problems that need to be fixed. And I think if we get a better Spurs, you'll get a better Xavi Simons. Because if you remember Christian Eriksen, when he came into the club, Chris, you know, that first season under AVB when he got sacked, and we brought on all those players, and there was a lot of chopping and changing. Never really seen the best of Eriksen until the Pochettino days. And that was when we had a settled team. And we then seen the best of Eriksen. So I think it'll be very, very similar with Xavi Simons. Once you get that settled Spurs structure, you'll see the best of Xavi Simons then.
Yeah, very true. Right, we're now going to go to the Czech Republic to talk to our good friend Steve. Steve, how are you?
I'm still awake. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Gareth boring you then, is he?
No, I mean it's only midnight here. It's not as bad as Australia. It's only midnight here.
Actually, you're an hour ahead of us, aren't you?
Yeah, only an hour. Yeah, not like 6 hours ahead. So yeah.
Well, Steve, how are you feeling? Apart from being tired, how are you feeling as a Spurs fan right now?
I was only joking about being tired. How am I feeling about? Oh well, I can't say anything positive. Yeah, I mean it's a bit of an indictment when we're supposed to have this fantastic tactician as a coach, and he's outmaneuvered or outthought by Sean Dyche, who's, you know, although he's a very good manager and a coach in his own right, he sort of plays very simplistic football, although it didn't look like it on Sunday. People make jokes about certain types of coaches. They're sort of a little bit boring, very simple, hoof it up. But, and we've supposed to have got this wonderful coach, and it's not working out very well. I think there's loads of different facets to it, as people have alluded to on the programme. It's not only down to his coaching, but what I find is really, like most people, I find it bewildering that, some people, you hear them saying, we've got a very poor side, there's only one or two decent players, or, they're championship level players that we've got, apart from this one and that one. They're bloody all internationals right the way through the team, and most of the subs. They're extremely good players in their own right. Look at, when they went and played for their country. I think it was Telly scored for, was it France, and Xavi scored for Holland in the under 21s, wherever they play. They're extremely good players. And he doesn't seem to be able to get anything out of them, anything positive out of them, which is a real worry. I do want him to succeed, but it's looking, like, just for a very simple example about the goalkeeping side of it, coaching, and the fact that we don't, or he doesn't want our players to shoot from outside the box. If you remember, we will do, because it was only Sunday, the second goal that Adoy scored from out on their left, if you like, so it's over to Vicario's right as he's looking out, right over his head into the top corner. He was out off his line. That is so similar to the goal he conceded against Brighton. What was the guy's name? I can't remember now. Ayais. Do you remember the second goal they got? He whipped it in as well, but it was a very similar goal. Because is it like that he's not being coached? If our players aren't shooting from distance, i.e. edge of the box, then Vicario's sort of not got a mindset. I better be careful. This might be a deep cross. It might actually be somebody having a shot from that far out. So he's conceded those two goals, which are very similar. And then he's conceded the goal with the press on Gray, which was identical to the ball he played out to Sarr in the Champions League game when we lost 5-3 to PSG. Do you remember? He got bundled off the ball, Sarr, on the edge of the box. Got dispossessed. Very similar to Gray. So, and then when you add that, what he did against Fulham, that's 4. He's been involved in 5 goals directly. I know I'm totally bewildered. Not bewildered. I'm amazed, or don't like this phrase. He's a great shot stopper. It's like saying a defender is a great tackler, or the centre forward is a great goal scorer. That's his job. Yeah, he does. That was the same with Lloris. Lloris was brilliant shot stopper. He was hopeless. He stayed on his line the whole time. He wouldn't come for crosses. Very similar. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's a good enough goalkeeper to be Tottenham's number 1. That's one thing. I would like to see us get.
Steve, you've mentioned there about the goalkeeper. You've mentioned about the goalkeeper making mistakes, and you've mentioned about our players making kind of basic errors. Do you think that because of the way the team's playing and the way that obviously the fans are disgruntled with the lack of kind of attack and play, but the way they're being asked to play, do you think it's destroyed their confidence, and hence why they're making so many basic unforced errors, that they've lost that belief that they can actually play as a sort of on the front foot attacking team, aggressive team, that they're almost playing with no confidence and almost the fear of making a mistake. Therefore, they're making very basic errors that you wouldn't expect at this level.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do feel that. It's like someone who a lot of people have alluded to on the programme and on various media programmes, is that they can't even play a simple ball. There's no link-up play. Like someone else said about Kouani, but it also is with Kudus. There's no support for the players. It's like people don't seem to want to get involved, or they're not. God knows what he's doing with these players, because they all seem to be. How can they all be playing so badly in the same game? The last game was particular. The games before, we could always pick out 1 or 2 at a decent game. When we played these games where we basically gave up, like against Chelsea, against Arsenal, there were 1 or 2 or 3 players you could pick out. But on Sunday, it was from Vicario to Richarlison, if you like, number 9. where they all virtually had a bad game. Muani didn't play that badly, but the rest of them, they were the sort of the worst performances that a lot of them put in this season was in that one game. So that, to me, like everyone else is saying, it's alarm bells ringing that it's not just, one or two players don't understand the system, but it looks like they all don't understand the system, or they've all, they've given up. It's difficult to put your finger on it. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad. But what can we do? What can we do?
Do you think Do you think that Thomas Frank will see out the season, Steve?
Obviously it depends on results. At the moment, looking at what we've seen so far, no, I don't think so. Before that, I was pretty much the same as everyone else before Sunday's performance, who were sort of on the fence, if you like, or not wanting to again change the manager. But to be honest, that is so bad. I mean, it's like people are saying, as long as we put in a good performance and lose, then give him more time, because it looks like he's building something. And what you've obviously said yourself, if we could see little bits of improvement, it's like with players, everyone was giving Simmons time because it was a new league, and we could see glimpses of it in those early games. And Frank was bringing him on in increments, and it paid dividends. In the game before the last, it paid dividends, and the Champions League game. So it started to work out. But with him as the coach, apart, because it started okay. Like I think what was his name? I can't remember his name now. One of the earlier chaps, the guy from Ireland. I can't think of his name. I actually met him. No, yeah, he was saying about at least he, improved a little bit in the beginning of the season with the free kicks and then the corners. We stopped conceding so many, and we started actually scoring some of our own, like we did with the aerial goals we got against Everton away. And it was all looking a bit better. And then it seems to have regressed. We're shipping goals again. But one of the underlying things I don't like is the fact that it seems, a lot of the players seem to drop their heads very early, and even people. Someone I thought was a very mild-mannered, even me to say, mild-mannered young man, which was Mickey van der Ven. He seems to be, losing his rag. There's a lot of the players seem to be disgruntled. It looks to me like he's lost the dressing room, because, I mean, if I was a player at any kind of level, and my coach was going out there and speaking to the media and saying, it's a bit like a boxer going out and saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna murder this guy. I'm gonna do him in. I'm well better than him." And he goes out and gets absolutely battered, because that's what he's saying. He's sort of sometimes he's sort of saying, that it's going to be a good game where he's confident on the front foot, and we're going to play attacking and da. But he doesn't actually do that. So why say that if you're not actually going to go ahead and do that? It's a bit, best not to say too much. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit like bragging that we're going to play a certain style, it's going to be great, and then you don't do that. It's just talk, isn't it? It's hot air. It's not really any good. So anyway, go on then. I think you're going to ask me something else.
No, I was just wondering. One of the things you've mentioned there is about mistakes, and we probably haven't asked this question. They had enough of the guests tonight, but do you worry about the lack of accountability that the manager with the players, that a lot of players make mistakes and they're still back in for the next game? Like one of them there is the goalkeeper, Vicario. Do you think it is time to give Kinski a chance in goal? Because Vicario's made a number of mistakes, and he'll still be in the next game. Pedro Porro's made a number of mistakes. He's called out the fans. He seems to play a lot. Richarlison, per performance, stayed on the pitch for the whole game. Would you like to see some changes getting made by the manager?
Yeah, most definitely. Obviously, you can't please all of the fans all of the time, but I think it's when a lot of us, when we look at the team sheet, and you're saying especially after the Fulham game, and Vicario's still there now after this game, is he still going to be there? And it's the same take on Richarlison. What was the game where he did an air shot, and before that he missed an open goal? It was in one of the games, and he hit the goalkeeper. Yeah. You know what I mean? And he still plays him. It's for us.
I think it's more than one.
Yeah, for us fans, I mean, that's not the first time it's happened. I remember the cup game against Newcastle.
What's the opinion of Kansky in the Czech Republic? I mean, do they think this kid's got a lot of potential to be like a real superstar goalkeeper? We've only seen glimpses of him. He started pretty well, but they made a few mistakes, and then Vicario came back, and he hasn't really been given an opportunity since. But do you think he could come on and do a job for Spurs at the moment?
According to the people who over here, who I was saying to Chris just after we bought him at the beginning of last year in the January, I was watching a Czech sports program or football program with ex-players, and they were all saying that he has the potential to be better than Petr Cech. That's how highly rated he was. They reckon he'll be one of the top goalkeepers in Europe, if not the world. So I know he's only 21 now. You know, he's extremely good goalkeeper. He's good with both feet. I know the game you're talking about. He was unfortunate enough to go when he went up to Newcastle in the Carabao Cup, and he came for that cross with the German centre forward. His name escapes me at the moment.
Walter.
Yeah, Walter, and he shouldn't have come for it. But like I said to Chris at the time after the game, wherever I was on with, I think he was trying too hard. You know, if he'd have had been playing regularly, he would have probably thought, I'm not going for that. But I think it was a sort of a case of, you know, I better, you know, put my stamp on this game and go for that. If you remember, like last season when he played in the Carabao Cup against Liverpool in the home leg, he played brilliantly. Yeah. It was the first time the fans had seen him, and he was like chipping balls out to people's feet on either touchline. He's extremely good with both feet, not just, you know, like particular like left-footed or right-footed. He reads the game really well. The save against Barnsley in the earlier round of the Carabao Cup, I don't know if you remember the guy, I think it was an overhead kick or a volley through a pack of players, and he turned it onto the post and wide, and he got a huge applause from the fans. They're all saying on TV, you know, amazing save. He is a good goalkeeper, but like all players, he needs a run of games. I'm not saying he will do it for Tottenham, but I think if you're going to do that, and you should do it with most players, if that position is if the player is letting you down or whatever, and he's not playing well, then drop him and give the guy a chance, but not just one game. I mean, it would just be his luck if he's allowed to play against Liverpool and they score a hatful, you know, like 4 or 5-0 or something. Then the fans are nobody's want to see him again. So give him, you know, like 2 or 3 games at least, or bring him on. I know it's quite unusual to substitute a goalkeeper during a game. I appreciate that. It's not like some outfield players because either they're getting injured, physically tired, or a change of tactics. But I would like to see him get another chance. Or why did we buy him? You know, why have we got him? It's we seem to do that at Tottenham with some of the reserve goalkeepers. There was one that was there for about 10 years and played once, wasn't it? Just recently, Alfie Whiteman and these players.
Steve, what's on your T-shirt?
Nothing. No, there's nothing. It's just
it's about like Thomas Frank's
just a little badge there. Look, cockerel. What you thought? I think it was Batman as well, and me and the guy.
Well, you never know. We talk about so many different subjects on these fan shows. You never know. Anything else you want to say?
Let's have a look. Hold on to a second. Yeah, someone alluded to the training sessions, and I don't know if you go to them, but we see little glimpses of them on, you know, on YouTube and what have you. And it does seem to me, maybe it's just a modern game, that they all seem to be laughing and joking all the time. Most of the time, it all seems to be like a lot of good fun. So it's these little interviews they do. I understand that the fans want to know a little bit about the players. I just find it a bit incongruous when we're playing so badly to be interviewing people and playing games in the complex. You know, about what's your favourite food or what you're getting for Christmas. I mean, I don't really care what he wants for Christmas or what his favourite lunch is. I want him to bloody play properly at the weekend, and then after you've had a good run of games or something, then I'll be interested in what he wants for Christmas or what he's having for Sunday lunch. Do you know what I mean? Take it a bit more seriously. I think he's lost the dressing room, by the way. So, I've got to tell you one really mad thing, really mental. I dreamt I met Pochettino the other night for no reason at all. I was in a restaurant and he came up and he goes, I said, "Oh, it's you." And he sat down. He goes, are you really a Spurs fan? Honestly, this is mad. I haven't had a drink, honestly. I need one after this program, though. So he says, you are a real Spurs fan? And I said, yeah. I said, oh, Poch, you did a great job, you know. But I won't lie and say, and he said he was coming back. That's all it was. And I woke up, I was thinking, why did I dream about Pochettino? Oh, maybe he's coming back. So I keep smoking these funny cigarettes. And no, so...
Steve, before you go quickly, just one quick question. Before you go quickly, one quick question. Will Ireland beat Czech Republic in March? What's the feeling in Czech Republic?
About what?
Will Ireland beat Czech Republic in March in the playoffs? One quick question.
Hold on. That was like a Jurgen Klopp moment of what?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you spoke a little bit too quickly for me. I'm used to, I've got some Irish friends in Prague. Will Ireland beat the Czech Republic? Where are you playing, in Ireland or here?
Prague.
In Prague. They're playing quite well lately. I think it'll be a tough game. I mean, my grandfather was Irish, to be really honest, on my mother's side, so I should really head. Yeah, okay. I think Ireland will just nick it. Yeah, I think Ireland.
That's up, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming on.
No problem.
Thanks, Steve.
Sorry, I didn't have anything more interesting to say, but maybe next time.
Thanks, Steve. Speak to you soon.
See you later, Steve.
Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to go to New York to talk to Terry. Terry, how are you?
I'm only dialing in because you guys are animals. I'm sorry for even logging in. So I'm hoping I'm your last of today. I only want to ask you guys. Actually, I do want to ask Gareth, just because you asked about Czechia. I do want to ask Gareth one question and you guys one question, and then I want you guys to go to bed. So, but thank you for doing this. It's I think we've all needed it, huh? So one question. So Gareth, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm doing good, Terry. It's always good to hear from so many different fans around the world. And I didn't know the last few guests, so when I seen you come on, it was good to have you on. It's always good to see a familiar face, and I usually enjoy listening to you. So you're a good guest to bring us on, because we need a little bit of power here to keep us going through the 4 hours. So good to bring Terry. You brought Terry on at the right time.
So Gareth, so Korea in the World Cup, you just mentioned Korea is in Group A, and the playoffs for Ireland are in Group A. I am absolutely rooting for Ireland to come through in this. So yes, I think they're going to beat Czechia, and I think hopefully they'll beat Denmark. Yeah, I think it's going to be Denmark to get, and then hopefully they can make it through. You'll make your way out to Mexico or America, and maybe I could see you
Mexico,
here.
yeah.
Chris, you as well. So I've put in for many tickets across the World Cup. Including England.
Fans,
so Chris,
I think the Irish fans, Terry, as well, would give Son Heung-min some reception, because Son's very, very popular here in Ireland. Not just we Spurs fans, but a lot of Premier League football fans actually really like Son in Ireland. Everyone talks about him.
Really? Okay. Nice.
So I think the Irish fans would give Son a massive reception too.
So Gareth, my family and I are coming to Ireland on holiday in April. I'll just tell everybody I'm son. So it's Rodrigo Betancourt says I am. So it's okay.
Terry, how you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? Because I know, of course, you do your weekly videos for this channel with your player of the week. It's been difficult this last week, isn't it?
It's always when there's a little bit of hope, a little bit of joy, and you feel like it's on the right path, and then they just suck you right back in. So I feel like we're at this point, and this is the only thing I wanted to ask you guys about, is that so going into this winter break, I feel like either we need to make a change now before we go into the winter break, or if we go into the winter break with Thomas Frank, we need to 100% back him with whatever he needs for us to salvage this season. So having said that, where are you guys on that fence? If you had to make one choice or the other, where would you fall on that fence?
Go on, Gareth.
I think you're right, Terry. I think the manager, if he is going to be backed in January, we can't just back him for 1 or 2 games. He's got to be given at least 4, 5, 6, possibly 6 weeks, right up until maybe those Champions League knockout games. They be given an opportunity with a couple of new additions to see if it makes any difference if Kulusevski and Solanke back, because if we've let it run on that long, we may as well let it run on a few more weeks and see if those players come back. And then there can't really be any argument for Thomas Frank. If he gets some new players on, players return from injury, and there's still no improvement, then he's had enough time then for I think all the fans, they say, well, he's been given everything that he's been missing, really. And no improvement. Or do you, like you say, make the decision if we lose to Liverpool and it's another very, very poor performance? Do you make that change before the Crystal Palace game? And think logically, well, would one or two more players make this any better? I'm in that camp, Terry, to be honest. I would love it to work, but I don't think it is going to work regardless of what player comes on the door, what player returns from injury. I think he's got more than enough players there at the moment to be showing some kind of signs that there's life in this team. And at the moment, it looks like we're regressing. And as I say, we're regressing from a very poor situation. Of course, we won the Europa League, which was fantastic. But the actual league position was 17th. As Chris pointed out at the top of the show, all the stats show a clear regression. And it's not over a specific... we're almost halfway through the season. So in the next 2 weeks, we'll play every team at least once. So I think that's more than enough time, more than enough games to show some sort of improvement. And for me at the moment, I will be doing a lot of groundwork and who is the best man to lead us between now and the end of the season, because we're not going to get who we want long term to come on now. It just won't happen. We've got who's going to be the best person to navigate through the next 5 or 6 months. And then obviously the top target's possibly going to be Pochettino. Who can be the man that's going to come on, put the foundations in place and give Pochettino a rapport of the squad, so he can get up to speed really quickly in the summer after the World Cup and kick on, because we've been stuck in this rut now, Terry, for too long. It's got to be changed for the long term. And we really want to back a manager and get behind a manager that we can see a process with. And at the moment, I'm just not seeing that with Thomas Frank, as sad as it is. So for me, I would make the change sooner rather than later, reluctantly.
So Gareth, you mentioned Pochettino. I feel like the last time we had a manager where the players consistently played for the badge, consistently showed that effort, and were consistently kind of first to the ball, faster, stronger, I feel like that's the last time we saw that, which is strange to me, because we've had coaches like Conte.
Kane. Yeah,
go ahead.
But if you think about it, remember when under Pochettino, if Harry Kane got injured, Spurs looked still as strong because the coaching was that good that we never really missed Harry Kane, because you had our players that come in and knew the role, knew the system, saw him played through the middle, and Spurs looked just as good. And I think that's always a sign of top coaching. You look at it, and reluctantly at the minute, look at the amount of players Arsenal are missing, and they're still winning games every week because they've got a set structure in place. They've built a strong squad, yes, but every player knows their role inside out. They've been missing some big players this season, and they still find themselves top of the league. And that was the same with Spurs under Pochettino. Even when we had injuries, with times we were missing, Alderweireld and Vertonghen didn't play every game together, but we still looked strong at the back when they didn't play. Trippier could come on for Walker. Davis come on for Danny Rose. Wanyama and Dyer changed position along with Dembele. Harry Winks come on the scene, who wasn't an unbelievable player, but Pochettino got the best out of him. Harry Kane got injured a couple of seasons in a row, still scored loads of goals. And I think that's what Spurs are missing. We're missing that real coaching, elite coaching performance that can navigate you through games and spells when you are missing players. How many times, Terry, do we keep saying it? Oh, when we get players back, we're not always going to have everybody available. It's just not. There's so many games now in football. You're never going to have a fully fit squad. We need a manager that's going to navigate through difficult times, and we just haven't been able to do that because the structures put in place by a said manager haven't been good enough. And I think if you look, Ange, yes, did some really good things, but he's not at the level of a Pochettino. Thomas Frank, for me, is not at the level of a Pochettino. We need a top manager to come in. And if we have a top manager, then you'll see the foundations and the layers that we keep talking about being added. And I think that's the massive... Any top club needs a top manager. And we haven't had a top manager, in my opinion, at the top of his game. Yes, Conte was a top manager and Mourinho were top managers, but they probably weren't at the peak of their powers, whereas Pochettino was at the peak of his powers. And we need... And I'm not saying it will work with Pochettino, but I think there is... I think we know what you get with Pochettino. Even at Chelsea, when he got sacked, I think he won his last 7 games, and they got him to Europe towards the end of the season. And you imagine if you had been given more time, ultimately there was a breakdown in relationship between Pochettino and Chelsea, so they went a different way. But you could have seen Chelsea going on that second season under Pochettino and doing what he did with Spurs, because he got the best out of Alexa Cole Palmer and all our players in that dressing room towards the end of the season. So I think with Pochettino, yes, there'll probably be bumps in that first season, similar to how it was the first time he was here, but I still think you'll see patterns of play, identity, and even when we don't win games, you'll come away going, do you know what, I can see what he's trying to do here. You know, when was the last time you haven't seen that with Frank all season? There's no real positives when we lose a game. And I think Pochettino puts them relationships and foundations in place that, you know, it's very much a 2 or 3 year project, and then you'll see the benefits of it. The only thing he didn't do at Spurs was win a trophy. And look at but he got us on some unbelievable opportunities, you know, so he was just about unlucky that maybe on a certain day, maybe we didn't turn up in the semi-final, or decision went against us. I mean, I think back to the one that stands out in my mind, the Chelsea game at Wembley. We absolutely battered Chelsea that day and lost the game 4-2. Chelsea scored 2 or 3 screamers, and I think there was a penalty in there where Son slid in and gave away a bit. No, so things went against us in certain games. But for me, Terry, and I'll finish on this, your league form is your bread and butter. And Pochettino had Spurs in the top 4 seasons in a row. We were a consistent force, regardless of injuries. And we had some injuries, and Harry Kane was one of your best players, and he was missing for 2 of those seasons for long spells, and we still looked a really, really top team. So for me, I think going back to Pochettino makes so much sense in the summer.
Yeah, the thing that worries me though, Garrett, you're talking about the need for good coaching. It's what I can't kind of put together or put two and together is that we have a completely different squad of players since Pochettino, and we've had world-class coaches from Mourinho to Conte. I think Ange was a good coach, and then now with Thomas Frank, it's just whoever comes in, we can't find someone who seems to be able to motivate the team to perform and just try on a week-to-week basis. It's like that soft white underbelly that we have talked about for so long. Even when Kane and Son were here, it doesn't matter which players are here, which coaches are here. It's getting to the point where I wonder if Iraola came in tomorrow, or even Jurgen Klopp came in tomorrow, would they be able to motivate this squad of players to play for the badge, to try to put in that effort week in and week out? I'm starting to question that. I'm starting to question.
Sorry, Terry, just to jump on, right? If you remember
of Spurs,
yes, if you remember when Jurgen Klopp went on the Liverpool, see, for the first sort of 2 seasons of his reign, he had a lot of the players that were in the previous regime. It was only his 3rd season when he started like the likes of Salah, Mane, Van Dijk, Alisson, and he got them into the top 4 and being competitive. And he improved Alexa Jordan Henderson, and he had to work with players like Benteke and Simon Mignolet, but he still navigated through that difficult period until they were able to go out and spend the money that they needed to go and spend. And obviously selling Coutinho funded all those players coming in. So I think top managers navigate through difficult spells. Pochettino did that at Spurs at the very, very beginning. He obviously went through that period where we were moving to the new stadium, and obviously there wasn't a lot of cash that could be spent, but we still found a way to be competitive. And I think top managers make the best out of bad situations. And I think if Jurgen Klopp walked in now, there probably will be some bumps in the road at Spurs, but I guarantee within 12 to 18 months we'd be a serious team again. And that's the difference between elite coaching and sort of average. And I don't mean to be crude, but I think Thomas Frank is a very good manager at a certain level, but when it comes to top clubs, he's an average Joe. I don't really see that. I don't see that upscale with Thomas Frank. I think he's very much cut from the same cloth as a Nuno, a Potter. I don't see that big personality where players respect him and he can get the best out of them. And I just think it's a wrong foot. And I think the likes of the Pochettinos and the Klopps, same way I think if Jurgen Klopp walked on the West Ham, it'd probably relegate them. I don't think he would be suited to West Ham or a team that's fighting to stay in the league. I think there's certain managers that are good for certain clubs. And Pochettino suited their club like Spurs, I think.
Chris,
Terry?
where are you in this whole fence of if you had a choice between let's get someone else in before the break or fully back Thomas Frank in the winter break?
I'm completely in the middle right now, and I would actually probably give him another 3 games. Liverpool, the Crystal Palace game, the Brentford away game, and then we'd be at the halfway point of the Premier League campaign. We'd be on the 1st of January. See where we are then. But like I said in a video that I put out this morning, that things have to change, dramatically change, because the style of play isn't good enough. This isn't entertaining. The players look absolutely lost against Nottingham Forest on Sunday, and when I look at some of the other performances, to concede 26 shots in that Monaco away game as well, how that ended 0-0 is beyond me. So some of these performances have been really, really poor. So there even needs to be a dramatic turnaround. But the thing that worries me, and I did mention this in the show earlier, is the fact that more and more seats are becoming empty week by week, game by game at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That is not a good look. The club won't like that for sure. The fans are losing faith week by week. The amount of people that I talk to, either in the stadium, outside the stadium, on shows like this, I said to Gareth earlier that I'm surprised that a number of more positive fans haven't come on, because there is normally a mixture, but it's been a clean sweep really on this show where people have, lost the faith. But perhaps a few more games to try and turn it around. But I think the fans will ultimately make that decision, because if there is more boos at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium through poor football and or poor results, then the Spurs fan base won't put up with that. And the first time this season we've heard boos from the away end in an away game was the Forest game, which is sad times. But I don't know where it's going to go, Terry. Like I said to a previous guest on this show tonight, that nothing would surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if Thomas Frank got the sack the next game, the game after, or it wouldn't at all surprise me that Spurs give him time and we finish the season with Thomas Frank. Nothing would surprise me. So it's going to be a very, very interesting couple of months. It's going to be an interesting season, but I just feel like it's sad times that we're going through right now, because winning the Europa League, and I've said this many times, winning the Europa League in May, such an incredible moment for us fans. The parade, everything that went with it, goosebump time, and that should have been the springboard into really pushing us on as a football club and being a real force and fighting on all fronts, like the term that Daniel Levy used. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, Terry.
Yeah, what's crazy is that it was just a couple of months ago that we were on here talking about how we really had nothing to moan about, how safe it felt under Frank, and then we had a downturn, and then last week we had this false dawn with a week of general happiness. So we felt like there was hope there. And then yesterday happened, or Sunday happened, and I mean, we could have a crazy result. We could smash Liverpool, and then it will be up again, but undoubtedly it will be down again, and it's just.
But you have to see those signs week by week, month by month. You have to see those signs, and you're absolutely right. I was one of the people that were raving about Thomas Frank, particularly when I went to South Korea and Hong Kong to see the training sessions.
Me too.
His hands-on approach with the players. There's a lot of things that I really like about Thomas Frank. I know there's not been too many people with positive comments about Frank, but there's a lot of things I like about him as a manager. But like Gareth said, some places, some managers in certain clubs and places, it's just not the right fit. Whether that is going to be the case, we're going to wait and see. But interesting times ahead. But I just hope that we do turn it around and we play a lot better football. It might be unlikely, but we've got to just wait and see.
Yeah. All right. I want to let you guys get to bed. I'm sorry for keeping you up, but thank you, Terry, both for doing this. Really. So
just before you go, Terry, score prediction for Liverpool. Or do you want to pass?
I want to pass. I want to be pleasantly surprised. The only thing I'm holding on to is that whenever I think we're going to get smashed, we the opposite happens. So that's the little sliver of hope that I'm holding on to. It's
right. Thank you, Terry.
Right.
We'll speak to you soon.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Good luck, Terry.
Right. Right, we're now going to go to Des. Des, good evening. How are you?
I'm okay, guys. How are you guys doing? All right?
Yeah, all good. All good.
Good.
How are you feeling right now, Des?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's absolutely weird that we're here. As we said, 6-7 months after winning that Europa League, and we seem to have regressed. And I think we talked about last week. You know, a lot of Spurs fans talked about after those results about turning the corner and stuff, which I think is an ironic phrase because we don't get forward often enough to have any corners to turn. So yeah, that's the worrying thing. The thing for me is that the big concern for me is 21, 22 games and it's stale. It's just very, very stale. Not just the football, but the whole atmosphere. It's flat. I mean, I was at the Brentford game, and it was just, you know, it was even like celebrating the goals just wasn't. It wasn't like it was last season under Ange, where, you know, and even the games the season before we were coming back and scoring late goals against Sheffield United. It felt like going through the motions against Brentford. It was, and then he put the shackles on again at, you know, at 2-0 up. So it's stale, not style. There's no actual patterns to it. There's no creativity, no spark, no invention, and we've got no passion, no identity. And I've got to be honest with you, as much as Thomas Frank seems a nice guy, his football would put a glass eye to sleep. It really would.
Anything positive to say, Des?
I'll tell you what is actually positive. In between being on this, I was watching the Manchester United and the Bournemouth game, and that's how a football game should be played. You know, you've got Bournemouth, a small club who get crowds of 13 and 14,000, going and attacking one of the biggest clubs in England, going and, you know, the game was seesawing 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, and Bournemouth, it looked like they were going to collapse when it went 4-3 to United, but now up the popped again, went and attacked them, and, you know, got a 4-4 draw. But for me, and it was a fantastic game. If you get the chance to watch it, I suggest you watch it tomorrow, because absolutely fantastic game of football. How football should be played. Defending not great, but, you know, who cares? It's an entertainment industry. It's not there to bore people. Bournemouth, for me, I think I said this on here before. When we played Bournemouth, I think it was the second home game of the season. We'd beaten Burnley 3-0 in the first home game, and Bournemouth just came and absolutely schooled us. You know, we hardly got an attack on goal, and the guy who I go to the games with and sit beside Kieran, you know, I expressed to him on the long walk back to Tottenham Hale as we were both heading back up north. That was worrying. That was worrying today, how Bournemouth just came and absolutely outclassed Spurs, and they didn't even have to. I don't even think Bournemouth had to get in to second gear. So it takes you back to the Gettysburg Address that Conte made a few years ago. Is it the coaches or is it the players? Can we keep blaming the coaches all the time and saying, you know, they're at fault for these things? What are these players doing, you know, when they show absolutely no passion, no desire to go out and win games? It's just, yeah, it's crazy. How positive is that?
Des, do you think that's one of the biggest problems at the minute? That, you know, you've referenced there the Bournemouth game, United and Bournemouth tonight, the 4-4, and there's been a lot of people in the chat mentioning it was a great game, and me and Chris unfortunately hadn't seen it. But you know, Bournemouth have been on a bad run recently. You know, results haven't been there, but you know, the Bournemouth fans are still in love with Areola because of the style of play. Is that what's lacking with Thomas Frank? That when we lose games, there's nothing really to get behind, and you know, you know, under Ange at times, yes, there was flaws to the system, but you know, we maybe scored 3 goals but conceded 3, and it was a 3-3 draw, or we lost an entertaining game by the odd goal. But there was still, you know, lots to talk about after the game about the good things that you've seen. And obviously, the game I remember the most was the Chelsea game. We got beat 4-1. The first defeat of Ange, when we had 9 players and the players were clapped off. Could you imagine losing a game 4-1 at home to one of your biggest rivals, and the players was actually clapped off because they showed that heart, desire, that never say die attitude, playing with no fear, bravery, and you know, they had a real go in it. 2-1, they could have got back into the game even with having 2 players less. I mean, we looked more likely to score with 9 players that night than we've looked with 11 for most of the season this season. So is that something that you think that the fans need to see across the board, no matter what club you're at, that if you're seeing the right attacking identities and the bravery on the ball, they try and score goals, that the fans will have more patience?
Yeah, Spurs fans will. You know, I mean, the whole thing that the owners of this club sell to the fans is, you know, that Spurs identity, that attacking, and it's what Levy has used, you know, when he was, you know, chairman and stuff, to sell it to the fans, to say this is what we want to be, this is the way we want. We didn't want to go down the Conte route. We didn't want to play that football. And I have to say, you know, and I'll always say this, I think it was absolutely criminal letting the manager, you know, like Conte go. Unfortunately, it went a bit stale. You know, he told him the players that he wanted, they weren't interested in, and they weren't all. I mean, someone commented earlier, they weren't all players in their 30s and stuff. I mean, he wanted that young centre half that still plays for Inter Milan. He wanted the midfielder from Inter Milan and stuff. And as always, you know, Levy, the board, just wouldn't listen, went their own way, and brought players like Jed Spence in, who Conte clearly didn't want at the club. And I'm not having a go at Jed Spence, but you know, if you're going to bring an elite coach, and Conte is an elite coach, you have to provide them with the tools. Otherwise, what's the point? There's no point bringing them in, and you know, you can't spend, you know, champagne money on lemonade. Really, it's a waste of time. And when you talk about Areola as well, I mean, that guy is going to be an elite manager. I'm not saying we should go for him. We probably wouldn't get him. He will end up at Real Madrid or somewhere big. He definitely will, because he is an elite coach, because he can play in different styles. Like tonight, he came to us. That's we're making that comparison. Came to us, went 1-0 up, and knew we wouldn't get back into the game, and the 1-1-0. He's gone to United tonight. Knows that they play, you know, the old 4-3-3 system, and he's basically just measured up to them and went man for man, and that's why it's ended up, you know. So the guy has, you know, he has a lot of intelligence. He knows how the game should be played, and he definitely will be an elite coach. I'm afraid Thomas Frank, he might turn things around at Spurs, but he won't be an elite coach. He's bang average, and if that's the way we want to go, if that's where we want to stay, then so be it. Yeah.
There's last question for you. Randall Kolo Muani, what have you made of him in the Spurs shirt, and would you like to see us sign him on a permanent deal? Absolutely
love him. I think he's a great little player. He works hard, but there's no point playing him on the left. He should be played straight down through the middle, because everything we do goes down the other side. Kudos, you saw yesterday, hardly anything down the left hand side. So he's feeding off scraps. What's the point? I mean, again, I've got to be honest and say this: we should never slate our own players, and I would never ever boo a player at the stadium, as what happened with Vicario and stuff. But I'm sorry to say, you know, having a player like Richarlison as our main striker it's embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. He's okay, he scores goals, but he has one of the worst touches, you know. So many times he gives the ball away, he loses it in dangerous areas. And there's times you can see that players are reluctant to pass it to Richarlison, because they know that we're probably going to end up losing possession and then be on the defensive. That's something that needs to be looked at, definitely in the transfer window.
Des, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you again soon.
No worries, guys. Take care. See you soon.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Des.
Right, we have got 3 guests left, and they are John, William, and Philly. We will come to those now. John is in Canada. John, how are you?
I can't hear you, guys.
John, how are you? Hello? Hello?
I can't hear you.
Righto. Right, we're going to go to William. William, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You can hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear
you. William, how are you feeling?
Do you want the honest answer or the bad answer?
You just tell us how you feel. There's no right or wrong.
Like, first thing, I'm frustrated with the men's performance. I've actually got more joy watching the females. If that's putting it bluntly, they seem to play with a bit more passion than the men at the moment. I don't understand it. So, well, I've been on this show before with obviously sacked managers and that. I'm fed up with sacked managers. It's the same routine over and over again, but I don't know what can change. I honestly don't.
What would you like to see change, William, from as a club point of view, a structure point of view? Because like you says, you're fed up seeing managers getting sacked. What would you like to see being done differently?
Well, back the manager with the proper tools that he needs, obviously, for starters. Like a couple of guests said about Conte, he didn't have the tools that he wanted, and obviously he went on a rant and got sacked because of it. It's just, and the players, I don't know what is going on with them. It's like the same process over and over again, and it's just becoming really frustrating.
William, how do you see these next few games going?
Oh, don't get me started with Liverpool. I mean, I'm scared of that one. I just, even though they have been bad, but I'm scared of Liverpool. I know what they are about. I mean, I've got a work colleague who she supports Liverpool, and it's like I don't want to face her on that day.
You sound a bit like Thomas Frank, William.
Cheers. I just hope for a good performance against Liverpool. I hope it's not a complete smashing, but what can you expect with these Thomas Frank performances? It's just hard to watch. I mean, I was at the Slava Prague game and it looked okay, but then obviously Nottingham Forest, it was just, I looked at it and I went, oh my God, what is going on?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously people Richarlison. I'm going to say it's not. Why not play Dane Scarlett? He showed on Copenhagen that brief 10 minutes. He played okay. Why not give him a shout? I mean, at least he might actually put the ball in the back of the net. Like Richarlison, even though he scored, but like you said, I think Gareth, losing touches of the ball and stuff. And Dane, he looks confident on the ball. I mean, for crying out loud, in the Europa League, it was him, Mikey Moore, and I can't remember the other name, the lad's name. It was them who got us through that game in Europa League. So I just don't know.
What is your opinion of Richarlison?
He's a character. I have nothing against him, but he's just not that prolific, out-and-out striker that we need. And that's why I think give someone else a chance. Obviously, Colin Mayani, he's good.
He is our top goal scorer this year, which is a funny one because a lot of the fans aren't really with him, but he is our top goal scorer, isn't he?
Yeah, but if other players were given chances and if they actually got the ball into the centre, could it be a different? Could it be that player instead of Richarlison being top scorer?
William, are you confident that we can dig deep in these next few games and get results?
I knew you was coming with something like that. You just wanted to shovel comments, didn't you? I mean, yeah, they have to dig deep. I mean, I can provide them with a shovel if they want it. I certainly need it.
What are the positives at the moment?
Oh. Well, the positive is that we're not getting buried. There we go. So obviously we got buried against them lot down the road, Arsenal, but less said about that the better. But it's like get out of the hole. Like stop giving us shovels to dig our own holes in. Just
will you be watching the Liverpool game with your friend that's Liverpool fan on Saturday?
We'll probably be at work and I'll be on shift with her, so she'll probably be watching it, and I just be like, just tell me the scores when, if and when they happen. So, and I'll go from there.
William, thank you so much for joining us
on the radio. It's just
I'll speak to you guys soon. Thanks very much for having me.
William, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, William.
Right. We're unable to get John back. I think John's having some technical difficulties. So if he does come back, we'll get him on as soon as possible. We're now going to go to Philly. Philly, how are you?
I'm doing great, Chris. How are you doing this holiday season?
Very good, very good. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan?
Well, I feel pretty lucky right now, Chris. I mean, you guys are staying up all the way into tomorrow for the fans to get their voice out. I got to tell you, this is my first time on. I'm such a huge fan of your channel, Chris. I think you do an amazing work. I can't believe, as a journalist, just the integrity that you give into your interviews. And you're just interviewing salt of the earth Spurs fans from all over the world. Man, you're doing the Lord's work. So Merry Christmas to you all. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much. Where are we talking to you from?
Oh, I'm in the United States, one of the flyover states, right in the Midwest.
Fantastic. So have you been to the Tottenham Stadium? What got you into supporting Spurs?
Spurs has a following all across my state of Ohio. When I first had opportunity to follow the EPL, and I started following Spurs, I found immediately in the city I was and next city over and my hometown, there were Spurs supporting clubs. So it was easy to get involved, and I've always kind of felt a connection to Spurs. I think it's wonderful to support a professional team that has an ethos that's more than just, winning at all cost or making the most money or that sort of thing. But a neighborhood club that has a global reach is, I think, something special.
Fall, you seem like a very positive person. So what do you think are the positives around Tottenham at the moment? Because obviously there isn't that many. We've been asking all night, but you seem like the type of person that definitely might have a couple of positives.
Come on, as our last guest, please give us some positivity. Come on.
Yeah, well, Christmas is coming up. I'm looking forward to that. I've been thinking about the positive. I want to come in. I want to defend Frank. I want to be the one lone caller that you have that's Frank in, still on the Frank train. Remember that? But it's only really because of we find ourselves in another interesting transition period for this roller coaster of a club. And at a certain point, we have to put the onus on the ownership to find a way to win with the project that they choose, with the project that they're trying to sell. I think we're stuck with a manager that is not a Spurs manager, but because of the epic Roman tragedy that is Greek tragedy that is Pochettino getting sacked after getting us to a CL final, and then Conte blowing his gasket, and the ownership not backing him when he said that the players need to take accountability. And then the worst sin, I think, of all is sacking a trophy-winning manager. And Ange Postecoglou did not win the Carabao Cup. He won the Europa League. And this is one of something of utmost pride, our third Europa League. Spurs in all white, playing our brand of football on the European stage, and we go and sack the guy and go to someone who they pick Frank, where it makes me think the ownership, they don't know what Spurs is. Whoever hired Frank does not understand. But despite that, we have a manager who is overly technical, who is going to be level-headed no matter what. And while he may not be the guy, let's hope that he can cultivate some kind of chemistry where there just doesn't seem to be any, so that in a year and a half, we can turn around and bring Pochettino back on good terms. Am I right, Gareth?
Yeah. Folly, what would be your expectations between now and the end of the season? Because we're sitting 11th or 12th in the table. Of course, we're out of the League Cup. We've got the FA Cup game coming up against Aston Villa in a few weeks' time, and it looks all pretty likely we'll be in the knockout rounds of the Champions League. So what would be your expectations between now and May?
Oh, man, expect the unexpected. I think we're going to beat Liverpool. or at least put up a fight. I think we are gonna. I think we're gonna have a couple more good wins in the Champions League. Once it gets to knockout stages, who knows? But I think we're the type of team that is going to stand up when we get a chance to, fight with the giants of Europe. But expect the unexpected. I really hope he figures out some kind of team chemistry, because it's crazy to see players with such technical ability as Xavi and as Kudus, and for some reason we can't string passes together. But you see how the players interact, and they just don't understand how to put these puzzle pieces together on the pitch. It's so crazy. We have the deepest squad I think we've had since I've been following it, the team. But at the same time, it feels like we are missing so many pieces of the puzzle. Zhao is such a big improvement as a defensive holding midfielder, but he's still not quite able to connect the dots. Xavi is an exciting, young, up-and-coming, creative, kind of goal contributor, but for some reason, he isn't able to connect with the rest of our attack. We got to find some chemistry, and I think the only good news is that Frank is going to try every single formation, every single squad option, and I almost get seasick every time I look at the squad sheet before a game because I don't know what to expect.
Really, let me ask you about the new ownership structure, because of course Daniel Levy and co brought in Thomas Frank in the summer. Now there's a lot of pressure on Thomas Frank right now. There's a lot of people saying about certain players aren't good enough, the squad isn't good enough to do certain things. Do you feel like there is going to be pressure on the owners, the Lewis family, in the January transfer window if we don't get signings in early and players of real quality to help the manager out? Because, whether it's Thomas Frank or whether it's another manager, we need reinforcements in the window. I know a lot of people will say, including myself, a January window is very difficult. I suppose the real test and I suppose the right thing is to say that the summer window is going to be the real proof in the pudding of how ambitious we want to be. But if we want to continue in the Champions League, if we want to have a good run in the FA Cup, and most importantly that league position, which the league position is very important to a club like Spurs. Finishing 17th last year was just unheard of, and we always expected to finish in a good European spot. So is more pressure going to be put on the board, would you say, in the January window?
Unfortunately, if the pressure is on Frank, I think it lets the board off the hook. I think it's challenging as a worldwide fan base. Even the match-going fans, I think, have such a diverse perspective because we're a club in transition. We're not all singing off the same hymn sheet right now. From the stadium, the seat ticket prices and kind of the upheaval of the horrible home performances. But then, we have transitioned with the ownership, Levy leaving, who has been a one-man spokesperson for Spurs on that leadership level. Of course, the squad has so many new players. There's just so much transition. I think we must ask the question of the board. I think we must put that pressure on them, Chris. It makes me nervous because Frank is not a Spurs man. He's not popular. He doesn't have the gusto. What did Pochettino say? He said, big bowls. Okay. Postecoglou had that. Pochettino had that. Conte had that. He's not going to be able to kind of capture the hearts and minds when the football is, 0.0 XG every single game. So I think we must put that pressure on. And I really wonder what Billy and kind of the organizers from kind of the Levy out movement and those last batch of protests, I hope they continue the fight and not necessarily against the ownership, but certainly about the ticket prices, certainly about understanding our ethos, certainly about capitalizing on what silverware can we bring in. That should be our ownership's priority every season. Where you say the league position is so big for our club, I would rather we put our emphasis on Champions League. I would rather us try to get a FA Cup run, just because of how much it meant to us last year. And it's just a shame, the tragedy of the Spurs management, the decades-long era just continues when we had an opportunity to believe in a project that at least stood for flashy, attacking, entertaining football and brought us a trophy in his second year. But we need superstars on the squad. Right now, our squad is so bloated. So I think that's a challenge to the transfer window in January. Is we have to bring in a Sonny replacement, a Kane replacement, a Moussa Dembele replacement. And can we do that in January? I don't know. Is it worth it to get another prospect in January to fight with Odegaard and Tell? Like, it's probably not. It's probably not. So I don't think there's going to be the necessary pressure. But I want to end, because I know you guys are up late. It's the holiday season. I hope you guys can go home with be with your family for these next couple of weeks, and in between the Spurs roller coaster, at least get a little warm and cozy feeling. I just want to say, people like you that allow the fans a voice, people like you that allow the fans to connect in ways where I would never be able to meet you guys at the local pub. I think it's really important to say on your channel that I think it's up to the fans to say, this is the identity of our club, Tottenham Hotspur. Whether we back Frank or not, I think we have to understand what's at stake, and it's our soccer club in a world where big business is taking over and trying to franchise things, where you don't want that kind of a soccer club, because I can tell you from the United States of America, franchise sports teams, they don't have heart, they don't have soul, and I want to get back to those nights where it's a dance club, according to Postacoglu at the stadium, and it's a football stadium. It's a fortress, and not just for boxing matches, not just for F1 racing. You know what I mean? But we're Tottenham Hotspur.
I miss those days. I tell you, I filmed it so many times of that South Stand having a party, like a nightclub. It was incredible, actually. Some of those days and nights.
I think Folly Ali wins the prize for the most positive Spurs fan tonight. Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get in.
Philly, going back to you saying about giving the fans a voice, I'll tell you, it's very important to me and this channel that everyone does have a voice, and everyone from around the world can come on here. And like I said at the very, very start, that we come on, we don't mind asking you questions, and we don't mind the guests coming on and literally talking about what you want to talk about. But that is very, very important to me as a channel and as an individual, that people like you can come on and say exactly what you want to talk about, whether it's about the board, whether it's about players, whether it's about Thomas Frank, whether it's about fans, whatever it's about, any game, etc. So yeah, very, very important to us. But thank you for being such a great guest, and please do come back again soon.
Absolutely. Hey, my prediction for Liverpool is 4-1. We finally get them back. 4-1 Spurs. We shocked the world. Come on, you Spurs. Have a good night, guys.
Billy, thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Right, Gareth, what a show. Nearly 4.5 hours.
Incredible. Do you know what? But the best thing I'd say about all the fans, Chris, it didn't feel like 4.5 hours. We had some really, really good guests there, some really good conversations. And look, I think for a lot of people, some really, really good therapy. People probably going to bed tonight with some smiles on their faces because they've had a bit of a laugh. And look, of course, we're a serious show, but it's important to try and bring that kind of morale with the fans, because there isn't enough joy on the pitch at the moment. But it's good to have a little bit of a good time with the fans, and I think everyone's contributed to what's been a really, really good show. Plenty of comments too for the people that were just watching. So I think we've delivered a really, really good show, and brilliant when you hear people like Phil who are saying, like, they've they love hearing from us, and they love coming on and having their say. And as he says, he would never got a chance to chat this in the pub, so this is the next best thing. So yeah, brilliant. The fan shows are what's needed, especially in times of we need we're like a comfort blanket for each other at the moment because of how things are on the pitch. But look, one thing you know is the fans will stick together, and if Thomas Frank and the team start to show some signs of improvement, they'll get the absolute full backing of this club.
Gareth, what have you made of a lot of the comments? We've had literally thousands of comments during this 4.5 hour stream. Lots of people getting involved, which I really, really appreciate. As I said, we're live on YouTube, Facebook and X, and we've had many comments across all of those 3 media platforms. But any comments tonight took your eye, and any you've agreed with fully or disagreed with?
Do you know what? I have to give this account a shout out, because all the negativity tonight, all the Thomas Frank bashing, this account, I think they've been on for the full 4.5 hours here at Spurs with a lot of S's, have been constantly saying they love Thomas Frank and they want to see him get loads and loads of time. And they've been on the chat all night defending Thomas Frank. So, you know, they must have some energy at the moment, because they have that love for Thomas Frank at the moment. It must be very, very difficult. They either are just really, really sick of change, or they're seeing some sort of positives that maybe some of us are failing to see. But I'd love to know if they're still saying that in a few weeks' time. But look, everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's the beauty of this, a beauty of football and the beauty of this show. But that account have been relentless all night at Spurs with about 10 S's. The Thomas Frank loving.
Gareth, before you go, what starting 11 you'd like to see against Liverpool, and your score prediction for the Liverpool game?
I think the back 4 picks itself, because of Udogie's injured, so it's going to be Porro and Spence, isn't it? And Romero, Van de Ven. Vicaria's a big one. Personally, I would give him a chance to bounce back after Forest. I think he is for all his critics, I do think I like the way he speaks in front of the media after a tough defeat. He is always one that comes out, and I think he was one of the players that will be hurting. So I would give Vicario one more chance. I think if he makes any more mistakes now, I think you would have to make a change and give Kinski an opportunity. But I would go with Vicario again. Midfield, I would really change it up, Chris. I really would. I would go with Bergvall, Sarr, and Xavi Simons as a 3, really attacking and really go for it. Because you know what, I think if we're going to beat Liverpool anyway, Liverpool's weaknesses is their defence. We need to get at them, and I think we need to go down the route on Saturday of trying to outscore Liverpool, because I think Liverpool will score goals anyway. They're a team that's been scoring goals for fun all season. Their weaknesses is letting them in. So I think we need to try and score at least 3 goals, because I fancy Liverpool to score 2, even if we sit back. So I would go with a really, really attacking midfield 3, Bergvall, Sarr, and Xavi Simons. Then I would go with front 3. I would go Kudos, Odegaard, and Miani.
Gareth, we just had another 3 guests come in.
You're joking.
Gareth, let's hope that we are back to winning ways on Saturday. I'll tell you what,
a score prediction, I'll go. I think there's going to be actually a lot of goals in this game, because I think Liverpool are really going to go for it. I'm going to go for a 2-2 draw. I would love to see a 1, but I think it's more likely to be a draw if we're going to get anything. But as you say, Chris, I think I'd love to see a really good atmosphere pre-kickoff. I mean, we spoke about it earlier today, Chris, that a lot of people will be back for the holidays. I'm sure, despite the doom and gloom, there will be some people looking forward to going to the game that maybe haven't been to as many games because they maybe work away, home for Christmas, family feel. Everybody wearing their Spurs stuff. It's festive season. Spread the Christmas cheer, and let's hope Spurs can put on a good performance at home. I won't be holding my breath, but let's hope for a positive result, because you know what, Chris? It'd make everybody, when everyone's sitting down on Christmas Day enjoying their Christmas dinner, if Spurs have won their previous game, it'll feel a lot nicer sitting down with family and enjoying that Christmas dinner.
Yeah, I echo that, and it's. I just hope that every seat is full. I hope that the crowd really get behind the team. I hope that we get the 3 points. I hope that we get back to winning ways. I hope to see a lot of more smiles than what we've seen Certainly on Sunday, huge game, absolutely huge, but a huge couple of games coming up actually before New Year. Of course, as we've mentioned, Liverpool at home, followed by Crystal Palace away, followed by Brentford away on New Year's Day. Very, very tough games, but they're, like we always say, Gareth, on the Premier League prediction shows, no easy games in the Premier League these days at all. All very tough.
Yeah.
Gareth, thank you so much for joining us. It's hard to believe.
Before we go, Chris, your prediction for the game on Saturday?
I'm going to go 2-1 Spurs. I just really hope that we get. Yeah, I'm going to go 2-1 Spurs. I just hope that we get back and see that reaction and see that aggression, see that fight, and see that desire. That's what I really, really want to see from these Spurs players, and especially at home. We've got to make it happen. We haven't had too many things to shout or scream about at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, especially in the Premier League this season. I just hope that we can get back to winning ways and give that reaction that we deserve. Gareth, thank you so much. It's hard to believe that it's the first ever fan show that you've actually co-hosted with me, because you're appearing on the channel all the time. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah,
brilliant, Chris. Thanks for having me on. I was excited to do it because I've obviously been part of some of the fan shows as a guest, coming on to speak, and I've watched you and Craig and some of the other lads do loads of shows, and tell you what, they come up, and I always thought, how could you do it for so long? 4.5 hours, sometimes 5 hours. I've seen Craig being on, but it does really whiz by when you're on here, and you hear so many different opinions, speak to so many different fans around the world, and it really is brilliant bringing everyone to the arts, like an international podcast, really. So, no, fantastic. You can find me on that handle underneath there at Gareth Hotspurs on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. And I'm sure I'll be back on the channel this week. Chris will be going back to do your predictions for match week 17. So keep an eye on that for later on this week. Of course, Spurs Liverpool will be in the headline game this weekend. We'll have plenty to discuss on that and the rest of the weekend's games.
Yep. We will be back, definitely. I just want to say a big, big thank you to everyone in the UK, Denmark, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea and Norway, because we have been listed in the top 10 football podcasts this week in those 6 countries. So thank you so much for all of your incredible support. Not only are we live on YouTube, X and Facebook, but, these shows are also available on all major audio platforms. Enjoy your week, everyone. Stay safe and well. Keep smiling, and we will see you very, very soon. And until the next time, come on, you Spurs.